Hello. Whoa. Hello, everybody. Okay. How's everybody doing? I'm trying out some new equipment. It's actually not new. I've had this stuff for a while. I got a camera, a microphone, and we're doing live streams. I'm actually running off of StreamYard right now. This is my first time. So if it doesn't go that well, I apologize. We're trying to figure this out as I go. Big Country Scrapper, what's up, buddy? Let me. So I'm new to this StreamYard situation, so I'm just trying to navigate everything. I think I got music in the background, and I can hear it in my headphones. So I just wanted to get on here and thank everybody for watching the channel, subscribing. We just hit 10 million views, which is incredible. Not only that, in views on a single video, which is pretty incredible. So I just wanted to get on here, thank all the old subscribers that have been with me from the beginning and all the new subscribers. You know, it took me a year to get 1,000 subscribers, and in some months I get over 1,000 subscribers in a month, which is pretty incredible. Let me just read some of these comments. There was one guy, he unsubscribed. Mr. This Is Me Too. Premieres are nothing more than spam. Is my mic coming in too hot? It's my first time using this, so I'm still trying to figure it out. Yeah, premieres are nothing more than spam, and he unsubscribed because I was trying to do a live stream, which I think is funny, whatever. Mr. Landfill, what's up, buddy? 82nd guy, good evening. 82nd, is that like 82nd Airborne or something? Philip McKinley, if you don't vote for Trump, we are all screwed. Maybe. I think we're all screwed anyway. It doesn't matter. I see you scrapping. What's up, buddy? So I'm coming live from my Project Shop studio now. And I'm actually, I have all this equipment because I was going to start a live or a podcast with, if you remember, maybe a year and a half ago, the dude Chris, that was on the channel for a little bit. As someone referred to him in the comments, it says, "Who's the douche with the man bun?" That guy. Anyway, we were going to have a podcast, but he wound up leaving the state, so that didn't work out. But I am actually, I wish I could subscribe, but money is tight. You don't need to pay to subscribe to YouTube. You just hit the subscribe button. It's free, man. Harvey Mahan. Been around for a while. You had 1,300 subs in. Hey, Thomas Wilkinson. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. If you are talking here, then who's scrapping the copper? Andrew Cooper. Yeah, actually, I got a whole, if you could see my shop right now, there's piles in there at the moment. And you keep cutting in and out and freezing. Not sure if you have a net problem. Yeah, actually, I don't have internet in this building. So when I moved in here, um, the neighbor gave me his Wi-Fi code. So I did all my work off of that, and I usually upload my videos from the house where I have really high speed, like Comcast. Over here, I'm actually pulling Wi-Fi like through 2 bays actually. Um, and the problem with the Wi-Fi over here is Comcast is not allowed on the property. I guess they were coming in here and um, they cut a bunch of lines or whatever, and so I was gonna get like AT&T, but when the neighbor gave me his Wi-Fi, I never really had to. But since I'm gonna be doing more live feeds, I'm gonna be able to. I'm gonna have to hard line in, which I just bought this uh, thing here, which wasn't cheap, man. This thing was like almost $80. So I could put the Ethernet cable in, because this laptop here, it only has C connections. So everything, you have to have adapters. Like I got a pile of adapters, to run the cameras and the mics, but this does it all in one shot because there's only 4 ports. Now I can plug more stuff in for whatever I need. So let's answer some questions, and if you guys have any questions, I'll try to answer them all. I don't know how this is. Let me go back up here. We love all the projects. Yeah, I got a lot of projects going on, and sometimes it's hard to complete them all when you have so much stuff going on, and you're either like me. I'm like a one-man show. I don't have like full-time work. Probably for the past 5 years, I was like almost like semi-retired, I guess you could call it. I would work a couple days a week, made enough money to do what I need. I'm not a materialistic person. I don't care about money and stuff like that. So, I was happy with where I was at. But now it's I gotta kind of hustle because this building costs a lot of money. It's like $42.50 a month or something like that. So no more part-time for me. And other like Steve, he has other work that he does. If you're all wondering what happened to the Guatemalan kid that used to work for me when he first came on, but then he wound up getting a full-time job that works him like 6-7 days a week. So his father comes. Matter of fact, you'll see his father up here in an upcoming video pretty soon. Let's see what we got here. Guys, not boys. Okay. The more you use it, the smoother it will go. What's that? The live stream or the equipment? Hello from Central Florida. Hey there. Wow, a bunch of comments are coming in. God, I love your shop. Yeah, it's a mess out there right now. I think you make great content, but I want to see the stator machine finished and working. Yeah, so do I. You should see. I got some videos coming up here with some big boy stators, man. I got a pile. Just one of the piles I got is almost 4,000 pounds of splitting. I just been kind of stacking them up. I use a machete on my stators. Yeah, you know what? I seen a couple scrap videos that had the a couple people using. And I thought that was pretty cool. Get that stator cutter moving. It works good. The bunch of septic pumps. I don't think it's worth cracking them open to get the copper. I don't even know what it. It depends, man. If there's copper in it, a lot of electric motors now are aluminum, which is unfortunate. I had broke down a couple AC air handlers, and the motors from the air handlers, they were aluminum. And then I found one that was 50-50, I don't know if you guys came across them yet. It was like half the coils were aluminum, half were copper. It's like they're really trying to cheap out on this stuff, and they're not making anything to last anymore, which is pretty sad. What do we got else here? Scrap it all. I love that name. Yeah, I'm all about scrapping it, dude. uh, um, congratulations, buddy, on reaching this huge milestone. I appreciate that. You could do this and what to look for. Yeah, I guess I don't know about doing like a live podcast, but I could do a couple videos on that. But like, be honest, like the scrap that I get, I don't I don't get a huge variety of scrap. Like I get some weird stuff in here, stuff that I've never seen. Some other people might have never seen. Um, but I don't go get like the regular the stuff like you find on the side of the street or dumpster diving or anything. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's free money. I'd do it. Um, what are you streaming to? Yeah, just YouTube at the moment. This is my first time using StreamYard. I had no idea how to use it. What's up, Thumbprint? That guy, he's about to hit 100,000, or he might have just hit 100,000. I check out his channel all the time. I meant the fifth. I meant the live stream. Problem with septic pumps is got a half a gallon of vegetable oil in each. Okay. Yeah, what are you going to do with all that oil unless you got a diesel truck you can burn it in? Speaking of that, if people that've been around for a while know, I used to have a waste oil processor. I used to make my own diesel fuel. And did a demo, a big mansion on the beach. Now I couldn't video there. Security was crazy. Just getting in there was a big ordeal. And there are some clips that you've seen at the end of my videos where I was on site, but I couldn't really show where I was or what I was doing at the request of the guy that got me in there, just because of privacy concerns. And I mean, this is a big time guy. But I wind up getting a huge hot water tank reservoir and a brand new hot water tank. And like this will tell you how big this house was. I got 8 AC units out of this house, a couple 5-ton units, a couple 4 tons, a couple 3 tons. I still have it all in the bay over here. And Scrap Chow, he did hit the 100,000. Oh, that's great. Thumbprint. That's awesome. Hopefully we'll get there soon. But what I'm going to do, I wasn't even going to take the stuff at first, but it was like, wait till you see this stuff. It's like brand new. Okay. And, what I'm going to do is use it for a new oil processor. And I think it's going to work out really good because, when you're processing oil to run in your diesel truck, you want to preheat it basically before you push it through filters, or even if you run in a centrifuge, when you heat it up, it loosens everything up and it makes it easier to either push through the filters or run it through a centrifuge. So you'll be seeing that. You'll be seeing that soon. I know I haven't dropped a video in like 2 weeks. I kind of just like took a break from everything. I was getting the YouTube is if anyone tells you it's easy, it's really not. It's like a full-time job. And I know I haven't been doing it lately, but I try to keep up with all the comments and everything like that. But sometimes I just have a lot going on other than YouTube and stuff. So, but I got some great news for you guys and the channel. I just talked to someone about becoming an editor for the channel. So hopefully that goes great. They're going to come over here Friday. We're going to talk about things. Since I run Adobe Premiere Pro, they can remotely access it. So all I need to do is get the timeline set up, and they can do the editing for me. And I can get out there and finish some projects in the shop. You know, I can get that stator record finished. The reason why some of the stuff hasn't been finished, it's just like channel. I don't know if this thing is flaking out or what. See what we have here. Some print. We're all on the way up. Love watching your videos. Thanks, man. William Robinson, hard worker. You do well scrapping. Something impressive. I don't know what he was meant to say there. Thank you. Yeah, I've always been a hard worker. Every job I ever had, which sometimes, you know, if you work really hard and you're with other people that don't work hard, you make them look bad, and it kind of creates a little jealousy. I've had that happen many times. Do scrapyards generally use the same codes? Trademark seems like they always have strange categories. Trademark, TMR, right? Trademark metals. Yeah, I'm funny. I don't know about like some of the local scrap yards, because I only use Trademark for selling my steel, because they're close, and I don't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I don't think it would benefit me to haul a couple tons of steel down to like Miami. Yeah, I could see it. It's like freezing over here. It's like a delay or something. Sorry about the internet if it is freezing. Like I said, I'm just running on Wi-Fi right now. I am going to upgrade to getting a dedicated like router in here or whatever. I'd love to see that too. It feels like a huge divide between street scavenger scrappers. Wait a minute, where'd that go? Comments are coming in, and big old time scrappers like Project Shop Florida. Keep forgetting this. My name's Derek. So funny thing about that, when I first started out, my first introduction to scrapping was copper transformers, you know, and it was he thought that drinking and doing drugs was going to get us somewhere, and I'm not with that stuff, you know. For those of you who don't know, I don't drink alcohol or do drugs or smoke cigarettes or anything, you know. I just work hard and drink lots of water. But the guy that originally worked for me, he was a street scrapper, and I learned a lot from this guy. And if you go back and watch like one of the first videos I ever dropped, it's something titled how to break transformers the hard way, and then another video right after that was how to break them the easy way. And he's in the video beating the transformer with a hammer. That's how I first seen someone break a transformer. But this guy, he was a dumpster diver. He'd go around on his bicycle, and he knew specific dumpsters. Like down here, we have something called like Broward Motorsports. It's where they do down here, jet skis and boats are huge. So the place that maintained them and sold them, he would go to their dumpster, and he'd pull out aluminum heads, aluminum blocks, stainless steel. You know, he'd call me up on the phone. Hey, man, I got this scrap. I can't get it on my bike. Can you come get it? You know, crazy stuff. And I was like, I'm like, man, what? Everywhere we went, this guy was like, I'd get out to go in a customer. I'd be talking to the customer. He'd disappear. He'd be around the corner digging in a dumpster. And he always came back with something. Always, man. Like he had like a sixth sense for scrap, man. And I was like always impressed what he could pull out of a dumpster, you know? Um, and I just, so when I started, I was right into the transformers with the copper and I was making good money with that. I didn't see the need to take the time and burn the diesel going around to different dumpsters, hoping that there might be something in there. You know, I want to take my time and go to a customer that I called and say, hey, man, I'm going to be in the area. Do you need anything picked up? And they're like, yeah, stop by. And I know I'm going to pick up like a 55-gallon drum of transformers, you know? And matter of fact, the video that just hit 1 million subscribers or 1 million views was how to make $1,000 a day scrap. And I made it at my old place working under the carport there. And the people comment all the time, oh, it's going to take you days to find that many transformers. Like, no, dude, like I had it set up to where I would go around and hit like 4 or 5 customers in a day. And each one of them would have 55-gallon drums overflowing with transformers, you know? Down here in South Florida, lighting maintenance before LED came along was huge, man. Like if I wish I would have started a YouTube when I away get transformers now. This is nuts. You know, it's dying off now. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, that press table out there, every other day, man, I was loading 2 to 3 tons on top of it. Big 1,000-watt transformers mainly. And you know, those were the good old days, man. I wish I could get back to that. All right, let's read some more comments. Definitely getting some lag. Yeah, I apologize for that. I hope it clears up. I tried to do the stream a little later because at nighttime I get better internet connection over here. During the day, especially if the guy's there, he's sucking up all the bandwidth. I enjoy all your videos. I have not. The great videos for sharing them with us. Mark Rice, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Don't worry, they're not going anywhere. I just had to take a break for the last week or so. The second part of the Daytona trip, I'm almost done editing it. But even after that, I got some really cool videos coming. Where can I find copper to scrap? Ed Weber. Electrical contractors, demo companies, maintenance companies that maintain buildings. Here's a great place to find context. This is exactly how I started. The Blue Book of Contractors. You know how there's like a Kelley Blue Book for cars? Well, go online, look up Blue Book of Contractors, type in your area code, and type in electrical contractors. Now, my thinking with that is it's expensive to advertise there. So the companies that are advertising there are big companies. Like when I started out, I wanted the whales, man. I wanted the companies that had fleets of trucks going out every day. Not just like there's nothing wrong with the single guy or the guy that's got 2 or 3 guys working for him. I wanted the company that had 60 employees, 100 employees. They're doing big stuff. That's how I get some of the, you see me come in with piles of copper. That's from a big contractor. You know what I'm saying? They're doing big jobs, man. And sometimes I'm even shocked of why, like when I get new copper, I'll ask the customer, hey man, you can't use this or whatever. They don't have the room. I don't have the room to store that stuff. They don't have the room. They got a lot of money tied up in it. Same, if I kept all the good copper, I'd be broke. You know what I'm saying? I'd be broke. You could go one place and buy $5,000 for the copper, go to $2,000, $3,000, and then you're going to try to sit on that you'll have $10,000-15,000 tied up in your copper just sitting on the floor, hoping that someone needs 80-foot runs of 400 MCM. You know what I'm saying? It's it's easier for them and me to just scrap it out, man. Send that thing to the Copper King and sell it off and turn and burn, man. When I leave the scrap yard in Miami, I'm looking, I'm calling, I'm looking, I might already have something set up, but I'm trying to come back with another load. Saying that, you know what, it's just like a truck driver, man. He, like, say if he drives from Florida to California, he doesn't want to drive back empty. He wants to pick up another load and make money on the way back. I'm the same way. Let's see what else we got here. We like Steve. He seems to have some personality. It's a weird personality for sure. We like him. Yeah, Steve's cool as shit, man. He family, when he was a kid, had a machine shop. So he's in tune with what's going on. He knows, it's I can't always leave him alone in the shop because he doesn't know everything, and like he'll be doing something a certain way that doesn't make sense to me, and he just doesn't know, because certain, if you scrap long enough, you're going to learn the tricks of the trade and what to do, what not to do, how much you actually have to go, how far you have to go with something, like those cast aluminum or sheet aluminum lights. If a scrapyard tells you you have to have every single screw out of them, they're bullshitting you. You're allowed up to 3%. Now, I was originally told cast aluminum you could have 6% iron, but sheet metal, sheet steel, you're allowed 3%. So if you can't get a screw or there's a little bracket on there, or it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? They're making you work harder than you have to. What do we got here? I did hear your meeting an editor. Oh, my mom's in here. I did hear you're eating an editor, meeting an editor. Yes, Friday. They're going to come over. We're going to talk about things. They actually have a background. They work for the city of West Palm Beach doing all their social media. So they know what's going on. They know what I need, which is great. So we're just got to work on the Premiere Pro stuff about me and how that's going to work is I still have to get the videos on the timeline, which is going to be easier on them because sometimes I shoot with 3 different cameras. I got my GoPro 9, which is usually when you see me doing time lapse. It's got a wide angle lens on it. And then I use my GoPro 10 for the live action stuff or live shots, or if I haven't done a head cam in a while. But that's the GoPro 10. And then all of my outros where I'm showing either the tickets or whatever, that's shot on my iPhone. So all that stuff has to be kind of, that has to be worked out. Let's see what else we got here. Hello from Hickory, North Carolina, Brent Jenkins. What's up, buddy? Hickory, that sounds like a hick town. I'm not making fun of you, dude. I'm from a hick town, a little town called Elwood in South Jersey. I'm from the Pine Barrens, man. I grew up around Brent from Scrap Farm, I think his name is. Sorry if I got his name wrong, but yeah, he's from the Pine Barrens too. You touch on your tech background. I watch all your videos. Okay, yeah. So first of all, I never finished high school. Not that I was dumb or anything. I just I guess my soul was telling me, don't stay around here and get indoctrinated. There's a big difference between education and indoctrination, and public schools are nothing but indoctrination camps, in my opinion. Okay. I already had a job working at a restoration shop. I got the job there when I was, I don't know, 12 or 13. and we were doing full restorations on old E-Type Jaguars. If you don't know what an E-Type Jaguar is, just Google it. They're actually beautiful cars, and we used to do, ground up restorations. Take every nut and bolt apart, fix it. If there wasn't parts, this is where I learned about machining. The dude had a couple mills and a big lathe, and if we couldn't get the part, we would make the part, and that went down to like, fenders and whatnot. Like he tried to do. I was taught basically to do, like, try to go as far as you can with the metal first before you do the bondo, and look at, like, if a car came in and was wrecked, you kind of look at how it was wrecked and try to deconstruct it, pull it out the same way it went in or whatever, So that was kind of like my first real job. And then not too long after that, I moved to Florida. Well, actually, when I was still in New Jersey, as a teenager, I had all kinds of jobs, man. Even younger than that, my neighbor, actually, it started out working with my stepfather, just doing stuff around the house. He was a mechanic, a diesel mechanic. He raced dirt bikes, and so I was brought up around like mechanical stuff, and then worked with my neighbor moving houses. That was a cool thing. We did a couple things like that, and then I had the restoration job. I worked at a nursery once building graveyard blankets, which was kind of crazy. And then the restoration job, I worked in concrete, doing finishing concrete and whatnot. And then I came to Florida. I got another job doing decorative concrete, like spray decking, overlays, stamped concrete, Eurotile, pretty much anything decorative concrete, borders around flower beds, extruded concrete, stuff like that. And then I got into concrete demolition, which was by far the coolest job I've ever had. And if it wasn't for 2008 housing market crisis that tanked everything or whatever, I'd probably still be working for them. And they brought in what we dubbed Napoleon, a new manager that was a D-bag. And we just didn't, my original boss basically would give me a job, let me go do the job how I wanted it. And it always got done and we made money. This guy came in and just tried to tell me how to do my job. So it didn't last. And then I worked for a company. Before that, I worked for a company building playgrounds for the city, and doing, if you look at some of the playgrounds now, they have like a rubber coating over the playground in case kids fall off. It's basically shredded tires and glue. So I used to do that for a little while. But the concrete cutting job I had, I worked for the second largest demolition, like specifically concrete cutting company in the country. If you want to see some cool stuff, look up, I think it's Concut, CONCUT.com. It's a company called Concrete Cutting and Breaking. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. They had offices throughout the country. I used to travel all over the country, cutting up bridges, buildings, everything. I've been in nuclear power plants, military bases. I used to have credentials that would get me into like a card. If you don't know what that is, it's like a transportation workers ID credential or something like that. It's issued by the government, and with that card, you could have like oversee 12 people working in restricted areas. You know what I'm saying? So, we did big projects. Like when I say cutting concrete, if you needed to cut a block of concrete that was 20 feet thick, you would call us in and we'd drill holes, sling wire through it, run a wire saw or core drill it out. If you needed holes drilled, 40-foot deep holes, or if you needed a 60-inch diameter core through a wall, stuff like that. It was really cool stuff. And then I did that for like 8, 9, almost 10 years, I guess. And then it just slowed down. And then funny thing is, cutting all that concrete, bridges, you know how much copper's in a bridge? A lot of times the copper goes through the bridge, tons of copper. And in the first 8 or 9 years, I really didn't know anything about recycling or how much copper was worth. I watched all the copper go into the dumpster, and I didn't know about it. You know what I'm saying? my last couple months there, I got, I pulled in some big copper scores. Um, but yeah, that's my background. I'm pretty much self-taught everything. I learned a lot through like my stepfather and the guy Eddie taught that um, just stand back and watch someone. You can learn a lot. So I would stand back, watch people. I was always interested in processes, how things were done, how things were made. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to learn. So also, I did like carpentry. I did carpentry, plumbing, electrical, some roofing, jobs here and there. Um, but none of that stuff really interested me to where I wanted to stay. The longest job I ever had was cutting concrete because I got paid to destroy stuff, and it was actually pretty cool, pretty fun. Um, so yeah, that's my background. And in the last 12 years, I've strictly been scrapping. Um, you know, so I don't like I have this shop here, and I was thinking about to bring in some extra money or whatever, doing automotive or whatever. I don't want to mess with people's cars. I'm actually a really great mechanic, but I don't like working on cars. I don't like getting greasy. One thing I like about electrical scrap, other than some dielectric grease here and there, it's clean. You know what I'm saying? You're not getting greasy and filthy. I got one customer, and uh, I didn't even try to get the guy as a customer. I was at one of my electricians, and he walked up, said, "Hey, man, I got a bunch of scrap over here if you want it." And it's an automotive guy, so he calls me like once a month. I go over there, and he gives me all his stuff. But honestly, if it wasn't free, I wouldn't be getting it. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the stuff is greasy and it's like irony aluminum, but I do get some cool radiators and stuff from them. I think I'm gonna do a video on different, um, like where to find different scrap. What would be a good place? Let's see what else we got here. Steve is a cool dude. Yeah, Billy Moad. Sorry if I messed your name up. Let's see. I've gotten to only hauling cars to trademark metals because they just aren't worth as much, and they are close. Thomas Wilkinson. Are you talking about trademark metals down here in South Florida, like in West Palm? I know they have a couple throughout the state. There's one in Pompano I used to go to, but the one I just go over here because it's close, man. And steel. Oh man, what did I get last time there? 6.5 cents for sheet steel. Man, 8 cents for paired. Let's see. I see that Red Bull can on your table all the time. Yeah, that's my only vice, man. Like if I know I'm going to be cranking out like a whole pile of lights or something like that. I don't drink coffee or nothing like that. So, and I'm trying to get away from Red Bull and just drink more water. Thumbprint. Oh, telling on your buddies' honey holes. I put septic pumps in for a living. I'm gonna have to buy a diesel truck. Yeah, man. Sorry, I'm like I've been rambling on. These comments are coming in kind of quick. I'll try to get to them all real quick. I'm up in Mass. Where do you give it? I don't know what you're saying there. Give them to you. Oh, or I'd give them to you. Oh, I appreciate it. Hey, free scrap is the best scrap, man. If you can get it for free, man, go get it. I would like to see a video on how you grow your business and how you contact your customers to get their business and what type of companies you would suggest to advertise to for the most profit? Well, electrical contractors for one, because that's where all the copper comes from. Oh, I just kicked the camera. Um, you know, that's where you're going to get the big hauls of copper like I got, and not just like the little guy in a truck. I mean, like I said earlier, you got to go after the whales, man. And then, you know, you got to approach them right. You got to have a good price, because you got to realize, man, these guys been in business for a while, man. They know the scrap game. They're not dumb. They're electricians, man. They're pretty smart people. And, you know, you're going to have to come correct with a price, your appearance for one. You can't just roll up there and talk to a electrical contractor looking like you just drug yourself out of the junkyard. You know what I'm saying? Like when I go doing my pickups, two or three shirts with me, maybe even another pair change of clothes, man. So when you show up to the next guy, you're presentable. You know what I'm saying? It's business, man. You gotta present yourself. You know, people look at you from the outside. They don't know who you are or what you're really like. You know, and unfortunately, we live in a society where you're judged a lot of times by your appearance. Like me, I don't care. You know, I don't cut my hair or shave. I don't care whether you like me or not. But one thing, here are some things that I used to do that I was like really adamant about. One, wash your damn truck. You know what I'm saying? Half these scrappers, and even me right now, my truck is a wreck because some lady hit me and messed my fender up, and I actually fender for it, both fenders. And I'm gonna paint the whole thing, I guess, because otherwise it's gonna look like crap. Um, you know, show up with a nice, clean looking truck. Don't have the whole back of your truck full of scrap that, you know, I see I see scrappers even around here. There's another guy over here. Like he's had some of the same, his back of his truck is just piled up with stuff. It's like, dude, when you go to the scrapyard, dump all that shit out, man. Have your bed clear so you can haul stuff, you know? Even your trailer. Like my trailers are trash to me at this point. And I'm gonna do like a little restoration on them. But right now, like I cleaned out this whole. I took over the whole shop here, which my rent went from 2,000 a month to 42, over 4,200 a month, like overnight. But I got this bay, and I cleaned it out because I was going to drag my forklift in and do a you know, a full restoration on it and rebuild it. I got a new motor for it and whatnot, a new pump. But then all these AC units came in. Now these are all good working units. Some of them were installed as late as 2021. You know, 5-ton unit. You're talking thousands of dollars worth of AC stuff. And I put them online, marketplace. Everybody's pay nothing for them. So unfortunately, y'all gonna see some scrap videos of a whole bunch of AC units getting scrapped out here soon. All right, what else we got here? How do you advertise? I don't. When I first started, I got all of my original customers by cold calling, okay, which is extremely hard. And I'll tell you, because contractors, he gets calls and people showing up at their shop all the time wanting their copper. They also get down here, we call them, you know, they're gypsies basically. They show up looking for breakers and electrical gear. And then they get in there and they talk to you, and then is they'll whip out a big knot of cash. You know, when you're scrapping, always good to have a big knot of $100 bills on you, but they'll whip out a big knot of cash and wanting to buy their copper. Now, some people, they see that cash like, oh man, yeah, go ahead, man, we'll make a deal or whatever. But a lot of people get offended by these people and throw them out of their office. I've had them come into my shop, you know, looking for breakers and stuff, and then all of a sudden they're trying to buy my copper. And the funny thing is, the one dude, he came to my shop trying to buy my copper, and he actually sell. I mean, they got a decent operation. They don't strip nothing though, but they show up down there where I sell my copper and sell the same place as me. So I'm like, dude, how are you going to buy from me and then you're selling the same? You're getting my price, dude. So you're not going to pay me anything more than, you know. Ed Weber, you rock, man. Thanks. I've been watching you for a few months. I've been doing e-waste mainly, but do scrap a good bit of copper. Knowing what to pay these guys is something challenging. So here's what I do when it comes to paying customers. I call, I get my price, and you got to call every day, man, because the price fluctuates, and I don't sit on copper because, like if you buy a couple $1,000s worth of copper, 5 or 10 cents a pound, you could be losing some money, man. If it drops 5, 10 cents a pound before you get to sell it, there's your profit, dude. So I get my price, and then depending on the area, I call the local scrap yards in that county. Now I go all over the state of Florida. So it's really interesting going to the coast because they don't pay over there, man. They literally are almost $1 less a pound for number one insulated copper than the local yards here. Plus I'm selling to an exporter, so I get a premium. So like normally what I would pay, I don't have to. Now I wipe the floor with their prices. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll pay them 50 cents more a pound, but I'm still saving 50 cents a pound compared to what I would pay locally over here. But what you got to do, man. So I understand, like I have a unique situation. And so what I would do if I wasn't selling to an exporter, I would find the scrap yard that's the most honest. I mean, scrap yards are funny, man. And then talk to them like, hey, man, I want to, just tell them you're starting a scrap business and you want to bring them scrap from beyond the area. So you got to tell them to give you a good price, man. Just be honest with them. Tell them what your intentions are, what you're doing. See if you can work something out with them where they, they're going to give you. Let me tell you something, man. The first scrap yard I dealt with, hold on a second. Sorry. Where was I? Oh, so in the beginning, the original scrap yard I dealt with, I was like their best customer. And my issue in the beginning, I was broke when I started. I started scrapping because I went from working 60 hours a week to like 20, and it was getting tight. And so when I started scrapping, nobody was doing the transformers like I was. So the scrap yard was like, dude, where are you getting all this copper and blah blah blah. And I was like, I'd roll in there, and I was like his best customer. And I got really close with the dude, and we had a good relationship. I would buy transformers right from the scrap yard, process them, and sell them back to him. When you could process 5 transformers a minute, you're gonna have a pile of copper at the end of the day, man. It was nothing for me to fill up 1 or 2 55-gallon drums when I was cracking transformers heavily. But the scrap yard would actually float me money. Like in the beginning, I didn't buy copper wire because it was so expensive. Transformers, I was paying back then 30 cents a pound. So I could go all day long, maybe spend $1,000, $1,500, and then I would flip it. I'd get back to the shop at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whatever. And me and the dude, Brian, we'd work for 3 or 4 hours, and I'd turn that 1,500 into $3,000, go sell it the next day. This guy seen this, that I was constantly coming in with this. And I told him one day, I was like, hey, man, I could bring you tons of copper. All of my customers are electricians. I don't buy copper wire. I just can't afford. I didn't have enough money to put out $3,000 for a big because if I was hitting 3 or 4 customers in a day, the transformers, 30 cents a pound, yeah, I could buy them all day long pretty much. And it'd be hard to hit $2,000. But you could hit one customer and hit you for 3 or 4,000 buying copper wire. So I didn't want to deal with it. And also in the beginning there, everybody was looking for the electrician's copper wire. So I never mentioned it. I call them up. I cold call them. All I was looking for is transformers. I never once mentioned the word copper. or copper wire or recycling. That's another thing. You know, man, I had a whole spiel. I wonder if I can find it. I had it written down, but I had a whole thing I would go through. And I think I mentioned this in a other live stream. You know, when you call, if you're cold calling, which is very hard, you're going to get the secretaries. Very hard or very rare that you're going to call and get the service manager is who you want to talk to. You want to talk to the service manager. So if you're going to do a cold call up, and you got to word it in a way that you confuse the secretary. You know, ask them. My thing was, I would ask them, hey, do you do people wouldn't even know what that was? So they would immediately go, hey, let me get you to the service manager. You know, so you're getting right by the gatekeeper. You know, they're gatekeepers. They're there to keep you from getting to the guy you need to talk to. And there's a couple other things that you can do. I'll get into in another stream here soon, and other services that you can offer an electrician. So let's see. I know I've been rambling. Let's see. I really respect your advice on tool usage and working methods, assembly lines, labor management. Love your videos. Thanks. Yeah, man, it's all about, like, if you're going to be in the scrap business, man, it's all about production and handling the material as little as possible. You know, if you're messing around, you're handling. I'll tell you what. The reason I started a YouTube channel has nothing to do with recycling or scrapping or anything like that. When I finally show you guys why I started YouTube, it's actually going to be pretty cool. But I watched a guy one time, and I think the title of the video is "Make $40 an hour scrapping copper transformers." And the guy Brian showed it to me. He goes, "Hey, check this out." I remember watching it thinking, wow, that's pretty good. He was beating them apart with a hatchet, you know, pretty impressive. It was the first way I seen it done, or a hammer or something, whatever he was beating it apart with. And I just remember thinking to myself, if these guys that were making comments on that video thought this was good, if they could see my process, they'd be blown away by what I'm doing compared to, you know, if you're spending more than a minute breaking down a transformer, you know, I mean, you're going to make money, but, you know, it's all about the process and handling it less. My problem right now is I have a lot of material that I physically handle because I don't have a forklift at the moment. But that's what I cleaned out this other bay for. And I'm going to scrap out these AC units. We're pulling that thing in and we're doing a full resto on it. I actually have a pretty cool forklift. It's a Mitsubishi NGK25 with a rotator. I have a rotating thing on it. So we'll be doing that here soon. Let's see what else we got here. How do you pay? Pay just like any other place. So, man, if the lag is really bad, I'm trying to watch myself on this screen over here. I don't know if you're hearing me half the time or not. Hey, man, congrats on the milestone. I really enjoy your channel and wish you the best. Thank you, Scotty M. This isn't for everyone, but I have recently contracted with 3 large cemeteries to scrap out precious metals from cremated remains. Wow. That's I don't know about that, dude. I mean, what do you mean? Like titanium bolts and stuff and legs and stuff? That's crazy. Let's see. I have relatives in Burlington County. Small world. Congrats on the milestone. Starts with J. Yeah, I used to go to the Burlington auction all the time as a kid. Nice junk. What's up, buddy? Can anyone imagine this guy doing these? Let's see what else we got here. I did the same kind of work using 3M grout on cracks in concrete and hydroelectric dams, nuclear plants. I'm also a veteran, did concrete cutting on highways, put in the grooves in concrete. That's cool. Yeah, man, I used to do, that's another thing. I used to do a lot of highway work. And what is this? So there used to be a thing called cutting patches. So some highways are actually made out of concrete. And yeah, like that guy just mentioned, I know I'm way back on these comments or whatever. But they have a grooving machine. It basically just cuts like, 1/4 inch grooves in the concrete, or maybe even less than that. It's been a while since I cut, but we used to have to cut, like, say if there was a pothole in the concrete, you couldn't just like put a bag of cement in there and it's going to stay. It's going to get tore up. So you actually have to cut out a huge patch, which a 4x10 or 5 or whatever. I forget what it was. A big piece, basically the width of a lane, and you cut it out. The problem with that is the highway would be so hot from the South Florida sun that when you cut like two sides, say you're cutting here, 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 or to here in your last cut, you would almost sometimes have to make a double cut because the concrete would expand, like your little crack that you made by your cut, the whatever the blade width is, and it would lock your blade in there. And then you have to unbolt it, put another blade on, cut next to it, and free it up. Well, I had tricks for everything, man. Anything I've ever done in my life, I always thought about the process, what I was doing, and then always tried to figure an easier way to do it. I don't know if it's just the nature or I'm lazy. I don't know, but I always tried to work smarter, not harder. I was doing a job on the West Coast from our Orlando office or Jacksonville office was over there cutting. So they sent me over there. It's my first time cutting patches. And at the end of the night, the guy was like, "Oh man, how do you do?" They basically showed me what I needed to do, and I'd be off. Everybody had their own truck. They'd be in different areas. We'd have whole lane closures or whatever. And I was like, "Yeah, I was having some issues out there, but I managed to get 27." The guy about dropped his drink. He goes, "What?" He goes, "Dude, we've been there for months, and the best we've been able to do is 18." And he was like their senior cutter, and that just shows you, man. It's, I would, I basically would get, it's hard to say, but I would get in tune with the saw. You listen to the pitch of the blade, you listen to the RPM of the motor. The saw is going to tell you what it wants to do, you know. Just find that sweet spot, man. And then there's other tricks that came along that I would do. We have TMR, 7 cents a pound for sheet metal. Yeah, sheet sucks, man. How do you figure out how much to pay guys when you buy wire? So I with free pickup. That's I don't know, like every once in a while I get my screen that's in front of me goes out, and I think it starts lagging. I don't know. But anyway, I call it or I call the local scrap yards, and I'll pay what the local market does. And I make all my money on processing. I do buy some things where I just buy it and sell it, but most of the time I'm cracking transformers. I'm buying light fixtures for 15 cents a pound, and I'm getting 55 cents a pound for the aluminum. There's extruded aluminum in there. I'm getting almost 80 cents a pound for. I'm getting the copper, which is like over $3 a pound. So the only thing you're really losing on is the steel, but there's enough non-ferrous metal there to cover that, and then like with stripping wire. And y'all seen my wire stripper. That thing don't play. You know what I'm saying? I'm sending 200 feet a minute through that thing. And then even the one that I have on stock, I don't like how it runs, which we're going to address that hopefully here soon. We're going to speed it up for one. And my ultimate goal with that machine is to actually incorporate it and have it all running off the same 5-horse motor. That's where I make my money, being able to take that copper. Because usually when you're buying copper wire competitively, you're only going to gain a third. So on $1,000 worth of copper, even if you strip it, you're only going to make $300, or if you sell it off, or, it depends on how you buy it and where you buy it. You know what I'm saying? If you're lucky, you'll make a little bit more, but very rarely are you going to double your money buying and stripping copper wire unless you just pay a ridiculously low price. And if you keep paying a ridiculously low price, you might not have the chance to buy that copper from that customer anymore, so you got to stay competitive, man. You got to come correct, and another thing I wanted to touch on, man, these people got to like you for one, man. You got, I get in there and I talk with them about all kinds of things, man. Tell them what I'm doing, stuff I want to do. I can talk shop with an electrician. I'm not an electrician, but I know enough about it to one, not get shocked. And two, I could sit there and say I go to an electrician and they got some cool panel or some weird electrical gear, ask questions, man. I like to ask questions. Hey, what's this? And, what are you doing? How's this work or whatever, and then tell, just bullshit with them, man, for a while. Don't just go in there and, here's some money, talk about stuff. Because you never know. That's why I don't get political on this channel, really. You don't know someone's political views. And if you just come off like, F this guy or F that party or whatever. Sorry about that. Hold on. I thought I had this on mute. You mute it and then the can't even have a nice background. Now I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway, just go in there with a positive attitude for one, and be upbeat, and don't be all, messed up on drugs or anything like that, dude. You don't want to come across like a drunk or a druggie or something. And it's a shame that a lot of scrappers get that stigma that they're, and how many comments I get about, oh, I must be on meth. And I'm like, seriously, man, if I was on meth, I probably wouldn't have any tools. You know what I'm saying? I definitely wouldn't have the customers that I have. Which at this point, I don't even have that many customers. Like I said before, I was like right before COVID, even before that, for a while before that, I like really downsized because one, I didn't have the right people on my team. You know what I'm saying? Like I just had a slew of basically worthless workers that really deterred me from want to try to build something bigger and have people, try to maintain or run things while you're out trying to bring in more business. When I was working, basically in concrete cutting, when I would go to a job, I tried to make it like it was my company, or make it like I did the job as if this was my company and I wanted them to call me back. My boss got more requests for me And I used to show up to the job with a big ass pit bull in my truck, man. Um, they always had a beard and whatnot. They'd be like, "Yo, send Paul Bunyan and his big ass pit back out here," because I worked. I'd go on a job, and by myself, I would do more by lunch than another company that would send two people all day. I just make them. That's why it goes back to when I said, when you're working with other people and you make them look bad, it kind of creates some tension. They didn't like working with me because I put on a show. All right, let's see what else we got here. Hey brother, congrats on the live or on the views. Love your show. Love your drive. God bless you. Thank you, Lou. Guy, let me get one of your copper donuts. Oh man, I had a big pile. I really didn't make a video. I might have a clip, but one of my customers did this job. It was the biggest job they ever did. Their copper order was over $100,000. Okay. And they ordered way more copper than they needed. And, but they wind up stripping it because they needed to get some money back. I think I paid them $6 or $7 grand, something like that, almost $7,000 for the extra copper that they didn't put on. I do believe, man, you could be your own exporter. You seem to do enough and could grow. Yeah, the problem with that is when you sell like to a mill, you got to wait like 30 days to get paid. So if you sell your stuff, man, you're waiting. So I'm not at that level yet to where I can keep selling, sitting on copper and then sell it for a month. Maybe one day. Scrap Guy, Louisville, Kentucky. What's up, dude? What else we got? These are some great ideas. You're welcome. I like your wire stripper. Thank you. So do I. Actually, I was just out there looking at that thing a little while ago, and I found something for it that's gonna be epic, man. Matter of fact, things. I'm tired of moving them around. I gotta break down. Shit. There's like a big lag when I'm on my screen. I'm seeing here like a thing. Anyway, I have these two. I'll just tell you what they are. They're big. They're for an automatic disconnect, automatic transfer switch. So when your power goes out, this thing senses the power's out. It fires the generator up and then automatically transfers the power. Well, the thing that transfers that power is this big old coil. Now I got two different units. I need to test them to make sure these coils work. But that's what I'm going to use for, if you notice my Hurst shifter on my for a reason. It's going to be a basically a shear. And I have a lot of the parts for it. They're like this big. They're massive, man. It's going to be it's going to be awesome. Let's see what else we got here. You should build some mini Copper King wire strippers. Yeah, I get a lot of that, man. People ask me where I get them. Can I buy one? I don't like going out and just buying stuff because I usually would find it eventually, if you put the energy out there. But I have a lot of parts that I've been building up to make a whole new wire stripper. I have all the shafts. The only thing I really would have to get is the blades. And then there's a couple things on my wire stripper particularly that I don't like, that I could make way better, internally, externally. How it basically how it's built is just shoddy, and they're all the same. Even I looked at like the Copper Mine and the Blue Dog or whatever that is. They're all the same. They all have the same flaw, in my opinion. Um, let's see. You didn't announce the live stream. I announced it like an hour and a half before. I didn't even know I was going to go live today, but I ain't dropped a video in a while, and I said I was going to do a live stream, so I just wanted to knock this out. So let's see what we got here. Have I considered spending more time doing welding work? Yeah, actually, when I originally moved into this shop, the guy that was renting the other bay was supposed to bring in a bunch of welding work, which never happened. You know, I have 3 welding machines, and I was taught at a young age how to weld, and I like welding, actually. Yeah, I would actually like doing some welding work, but you know, then it's like the welding job. I'm doing a welding job right now, actually, building more of those cages, and some door cages. But the problem with that is, like, you're like on a timeline. You got to get it done. You got to do. You know what I'm saying? So the way I got myself set up now is I basically work on my own timeline. Like, my customers call me, and then I'll be like, all right, man, I could be there in a day or two, or that day if I got nothing going on. But I always try to, you know, give myself a day leeway, and I always try to schedule my pickups for the afternoon. So one, I don't have to get up early, and because I do stay up late. You know, I'm up every night till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, usually editing videos or doing something, or even in here in a shop, sometimes we'll work all night long if I want to clean out the shop. Like, if I got a big job coming in and I don't need it taking up space for a couple days, we'll blow it out in the night, go pick up a whole trailer load of lights, work all night, and get them out of here. Turn, what's that? Turn and burn, man. I don't want to be sitting on all that material. But I kind of got myself set up to where I kind of work at my own pace. So bringing in jobs like that, and even I got this mill and lathe back here, and I've been really trying to get that stuff set up. It's just, there's so much to do at once. But I'll tell you what, if this editor works out, I'm going to have so much more time to deal with all of that stuff and focus on bringing better quality videos. Because one of the reasons why I'll start a project and then I can't get to it is because so much comes in, and I'm, like, you wouldn't even believe how much stuff I turn down because I just don't want to deal with it. I don't have time, and I don't want to be stuck working like 40, 50, 60 hours a week, which I'm doing now because I'm working 2 jobs. I'm doing the scrap and the YouTube. So combined, it is like I'm working that. And, it wasn't like that for me before. So, but it's, let's see what we got here. Congrats on the 10 million views. Thanks, Fred. Let's see. Happy AST34. Hey neighbor, I'm in West Palm Beach. Love your channel and all the ideas you come up with. Curious of how this heat and the super nasty PM storms are impacting you. Stay safe. The heat is brutal. Okay, for those of you that never been in the South Florida summer, it is no joke. And for whatever reason, this year it is intense, man. I just did a job. They couldn't get a crane to remove it, and they wouldn't have been able to do it anyway because the frame was totally rotted. It was a big generator, either a 70 kW or something like that, maybe a 50 kW. I don't know. It was a pretty big generator, back of the house. There was no way of getting it out of there. Couldn't get a truck to it. There was a small gate, so you had like a 3-foot opening to get everything through. And I literally had to dismantle this thing on site, break down the motor as small as I could. That was the hardest. That took 4 people to get the. It was a big V6 with a big, huge, like I could have taken the housing off the back that mounts the stator, but you know there was a couple of guys on site. We just put it on a big hand cart and muscled it out to the front. But I had to take it all apart, pull the stator into pieces. But it was in the direct sunlight, and it was one of the hottest jobs I've ever did. Now, lucky for me, I thought about this beforehand. I brought a big fan, the orange fan I have. I brought it with me. But even that, man, just like it'd be like 30-40 minutes of hard work out in the sun. I had to go sit in the truck for 10 minutes and cool down because it was just so hot. Like it was the most intense heat I've ever felt in my life. I don't think I've ever had to stop that many times during the day and take a break. Now, one, I was doing a job by myself, you know, except for when it came to moving the V6 motor out of there. But I got all the other stuff out myself. But it was a long haul from the back. It was a big house, you know. But yeah, the South Florida heat is no freaking gin. Let's see. Update on the giant crane trailer. Yeah, so I'm not even going to mess with that project until I get my forklift done. I'm at the point where I absolutely need a forklift. You know, I have a ton of attachments. I got barrel clamps, fork extensions, things to pick stuff up with. It's going to make me, it's going to make my life 100 times easier. So probably this weekend, I'm going to list these ACs one more time. If someone wants to pay me a decent price for them, if not, they're going to the scrapyard, man. I'm going to keep 2 of them. I'm going to keep 2 of the 5-ton units. One, I'm going to make a mobile little AC for the shop. You know, something I can just pull the door down on half of it and just have it blowing cool air inside. But the forklift project is going to be my priority above everything at this point because it needs to be done. It's going to save me a lot of time and money, and I'll be able to, you know, take on bigger projects. So yeah, after that, so I want to get the forklift done so that I can take that big boom off. And for all the people that were saying about that crane not being rated to pick up, well, first of all, I wouldn't be making a giant crane that big. I would cut that. I don't even know if I want to do that. I was a couple people had some comments about, you know, getting an auto crane or a lift more crane or something like that. You can get them at auctions for $2 or $3 grand. I might go that route. It'd be nice to have something that's, you know, purpose built and read-ins and, you know, fully functional. Because it is a lot of work and engineering to build a crane. Now, the one on my trailer, I basically built that whole thing out of scrap, and that was a lot. There's a lot more engineering in that to get it to do all 6 functions and whatnot. Let's see what else we got here. Scrap Tales has got to run. Congrats on the 10 million. Thanks, buddy. New Zealand checking in. Hey, Rex, that's awesome, man. I love the fact that, people from all over the world get to see you. And what I really like about that is the different um, suggestions and opinions from someone, because someone in another country might be doing the same thing you're doing, but they have different methods. You know what I'm saying? So it's always good to see how other people are doing it. And you look at what they're doing and you can kind of like, oh, wow, that's easier. Or you can take just a piece of what they're doing and apply it to what you're doing. One of the cool things I used to do, and I still do this today, I utilize my knowledge of all the jobs I've ever done. So if I'm put on a job and they're like, okay, this is what we're doing and this is how we're doing it, I'll look at it and I'll be like, well, if we do this, it might be easier. Back when I used to cut concrete, I mean, we had big time equipment, very expensive stuff like $100,000 saws. And, my boss, I would tell him, hey, man, if we did this or that, I think I could get this job done in half the time. Or I would go to a job and the contractor would be like, hey, man, we're doing this and this is the process we're doing. I would tell him, hey, dude, if that's fine and we can get it done that way, but if we did it this way, we can get it done in a third of the time, or you know what I'm saying, half the time, or shave a quarter off or whatever. Just make it easy on everybody, and seeing people from other countries and how they do things is always interesting to me, Did I get the gig for building the other 9 window cages? Yes, I did. Matter of fact, I seen the guy today. He's supposed to go pick out some paint. I painted that last one a gloss black, and all the other ones are like some matte brown or some shit. I don't know. When I seen the original one, the paint wasn't it at all. But yes, I do have. I have all the stock, not all of it, but I have a bunch more of those 20-foot long sticks. And someone had mentioned that I should use a hollow stock, hollow tube or whatever for that. This is the stock that they have. They don't want to spend a lot of money, and they have a ton of those things. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to make a couple cages for myself, because when I'm working here at night, I have a flow of air coming through the shop. So I either have my door cracked and I have 2 fans, 2 of them, in that back door, blowing the air out, sucking the dust and pulling fresh air in. But I got to have the door open. You know what I'm saying? So I want to make a cage so I can leave the door open and not always worried about, like, I don't know if you see what's behind me back there, but that thing is never out of reach when I'm working out here by myself. So anyone that thinks they're going to come run up on me and steal my copper, you better come correct, dude, because we don't fuck around over here. Anyway, hey, man, congrats. Lagging really bad. We'll have to watch it later, though. Really need to get the sluice going. Okay, yeah. Matter of fact, I don't want to mess with the camera, but there's a whiteboard. I actually have 2 whiteboards behind me. I got them turned around because it's all of my ideas. I don't want to give away too much. But, there's a whiteboard over here, and I have the whole diagram. There's going to be 2 things implemented on my next water sluice that are going to blow your mind that nobody has. Okay. It's going to be, actually, there's going to be 3 things. Sorry. 3 things no one's ever seen when it comes to chopping copper. It's going to be incredible. It's going to function incredible, and it's going to look incredible. It's going to make for some great video and thumbnails and just visually seeing the process. It's going to be pretty cool, man. And sorry about the lagging. I picked up the Blue Rock WS2112. The thing works great. Cool, man. I don't know what that is, But let me see if I can bring it up on this phone. I always like to see what, other equipment. People suggest different things to me all the time. I look it up. Blue Rock. What was that? WS212. Let's see what you got. WS212. $1,600. Did you pay $1,600 for that? Good Lord. That's a pretty cool deal. I don't know if y'all see that over there. Oh, probably not. Let me see. So I got this camera. The camera that I'm using, we bought it for doing the live stream. The only thing I don't like about it is I have to have a lot of bright lights in here. I really don't like all these lights. I got the main light, which I never use because it's too bright. I always have two small, like, little lamps in here. And then I actually have another LED that I recovered. It was brand new in the box. I got the stuff brand new. But I have it over in the corner because this camera needs a lot of light. Let's see here. But so is that a 4-roller system? It looks like a 4-roller. Yeah, that's basically my machine with a different gearbox. Those machines are pretty much all the same. The Blue Rock, the Copper Mine, and the one I got, the closest. Everybody asks me what's the brand. I have no idea. There's no markings on it. The only thing I can discern is that it's probably from China. By looking at gone. Okay, the stream's cutting out there. But there's a few things with those, especially when you're stripping smaller wire, that I have a couple ideas that I want to implement. So we'll see. Let's see what else we got here. That's a cool machine, man. I hope it works out for you. You have to stay hydrated. Yeah, I drink. Yeah, here we go. I drink a lot of water, man. Funny thing about that, I was just watching a video about being hydrated and how most people, even if they drink a lot of water every day, are dehydrated because they're not drinking the right water. Apparently, there's like 3 different types of water, and the water that you want that's going to hydrate you comes from basically fruits and maybe vegetables. I don't know if it was vegetables, but the water that's in like a melon, a watermelon, or what do you call it? They got it down here everywhere. Mangoes, stuff like that. That the water, the juice that's in there, from fruits, is going to hydrate you better than just drinking filtered water that has all the minerals and whatnot filtered out of it. Which I thought was pretty interesting. Kind of makes sense, Let's see. East Tennessee heat and humidity and pollution is brutal. Yeah, like this summer, man, I'm sure it's hot everywhere. You seem busy 24/7. Hope you find time for yourself. Congrats on 10 million. Thanks, Josh. You paid $800 for that machine, slightly used. Hey, man, that's a good deal. The Model 1000 strip tech that's bolted to the side of my main wire stripper, I paid $500 for that. And I contacted the manufacturer and actually talked to the owner of the company, and they're selling that machine for $3,000. You know, so I got a good deal on that, even at $500, and you got a good deal on that at $800. I'm curious, like who'd you buy it from? Like a company or just an individual? That's interesting. Um, I actually uh, um, you know, I'll be able to actually not only finish the projects I have already started, um, but there's things that I want to do um, that um, it's just it's gonna have to be built up. You know what I'm saying? Like I literally want to build basically a machine shop. I'm looking into getting. I'm going to start off with smaller. They're called desktop CNC machines. I want to get one. You can get them cheap, man. The technology nowadays, it's the prices come down on so many things. It's really incredible. But you can get a cheap desktop CNC machine. Maybe $500, just to like an entry level one, or you spend like 1,500 to get something that you can actually, make decent parts with. But they're small, man. I mean, they're not much bigger than like this TV right here. And for what I want to do, like the first, because I have the original reason I started YouTube. It's something that I want to make and sell, and it's something that lots of people would like and enjoy. Anything from a kid to an adult to a female. But it has to be, parts of it have to be machined, you know, and they're basically no two are going to be alike. So they'll be custom. Each one of them is going to be custom, and they're going to be pretty cool. But with the copper that I get, I've always wanted to make copper products, something out of copper. And so I'm trying to, I need, basically, I want to get three things. I want to get a CNC router, like a miniature CNC machine. I only need 3-axis, I guess you would call it, to do what I need at the moment. Eventually, I'd like to get a 5-axis setup. Man, those are incredible. If you guys, if you're not really in a CNC machine, and there's a channel that I watch, Titans of CNC Machine, and they have the most amazing equipment on there. 5-axis, 9-axis, just some really incredible equipment. That's kind of where I want to be. Maybe not on that level. I don't necessarily want to make other people's parts. I want to make my own parts. I have a whole list of things that I'd like to make out of this copper. Like I want to focus on copper products. You know what I'm saying? And there's two things out of the gate that I want to make that are going to be incredible. There'll be like a standard one, and then you'll be able to customize your own, basically. And what I'm going to need is I want to get a really good 3D printer for one. And I want to get a laser engraver. And then I want to get the actual like CNC machine that's going to do the cutting. Okay. And basically I want to source the copper, which I already have the source, and melt it down. And I want to make a modified waste oil burner that's going to melt the copper. A combination of like propane and waste oil or whatever it's going to take to melt it. We're going to do some experiments, but I want to make basically blocks that I can, um, mill down. It's going to be 100% made in America. I want to make American products. I want to, um, I don't just want to be a scrapper where I'm just buying and selling the stuff where it goes off to someone else, man. I want to actually manufacture a part. I want to make stuff. Um, and get this, I want to get into. I don't know if you guys should really look up Weldon copper. Have you ever seen one of the most beautiful beads of weld I've ever seen? This guy was like welding copper, like copper pipes. He was welding it and had this amazing bead going. So I actually want to do some copper welding. I'm gonna have to probably get a TIG machine or get something set up on that. But it's I want to focus on copper products. I get so much of it that I really hate seeing it all go. The the bright and shiny. Uh, Basically, what I want to do is I want to take the copper chops and make a product out of them, and I'll melt it down. I'll take some bars down to Miami, have him shoot it with the gun. He's got an X-ray gun to make sure we're putting out pure products. And yeah, man, I want to make copper products. So that's the direction I want to go in here soon. And having an editor for the channel, which will free up hours of my time. I can focus more on that. And I really want to bring you guys stuff that you haven't seen, and bring products. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. It's just something I've always wanted. When I was a kid, I wanted to make. I wanted my own business. I wanted my own shop. That's why the name of my channel is Project Shop. Basically, I wanted to bring you guys on the journey to having the ultimate shop. Like a lot of people have a man cave and whatnot. Like, this is my man cave. You know what I'm saying? I don't watch TV. I don't play video games. I don't fill my mind with useless stuff. My goal is to have the ultimate shop to where no matter what I wanted to do, I could build it. Or if someone came in with a project, I could do it for them or build it for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever, whether it be woodworking or machining or welding or working on a car, which I don't like doing, but everybody around me is mechanics. So I get people. That's why I keep my door down, because if I open my door, I'll have 3 or 4 people just walk into my shop thinking I'm an auto shop. Hey, can you come look at my car? I'm like, yo, dude, talk to the neighbor, man. I actually got a guy coming. He probably 3 or 4 months ago, I burned a lug nut off for him, and he came back around today asking if I can do some more. He couldn't get his rim off to change his tire, so every once in a while I'll do something. And when I do stuff like that for people, I just do it. I don't charge them. If they're stuck. Like the neighbor over here, there's certain things, even though he's a mechanic, like the last video I dropped of that, me pulling out that broken stud. He asked me, hey, he just showed me if I could do it. And he's always willing to pay me, and I'm just like, hey man, just let me use your, he lets me use his tire machine. So it's a trade for me. I love the barter system. Keep the money out of it, man. Just do work between you and the people. You'll be better off. Let's see. How do you plan on improving your welding skills? You might look for a local welder to work with. Yeah, I could do that. Also, you know, YouTube University is great. There's a couple great channels out there. Um, like the just to tell you guys, like the type of stuff I watch on YouTube, it's the machining channels. I love the guy in Australia, Cutting Edge Engineering, great channel. This Old Tony, amazing channel. I already mentioned Titans of CNC. There's a couple other ones that I like watching. Another one I just found, and then the welding. There's a couple welding channels, and then I like um, some a couple car channels, and then I'm pretty much subscribed to all the scrap channels. And I don't even the channels I like watching, like the machining channels. I don't have time to sit there and watch them all. But like the scrapping channels, I'll try to click through and watch a video here and there of all the different channels, see what everybody's up to, see what, you know, they got going on, and, you know, any new things or whatever. But improving my welding, I'm just going to get out there, and the best way to improve your welding is just get out there and start welding, man. You know, and, you know, try to get some tips from some pros. There's actually a fab shop right down the street. I don't think they do a lot of welding as much as they do fabricating on sheet metal. But yeah, let's see what we got here. I've had bad experience with wire strippers. Most have been scams that either barely work or don't work at all. Where are you getting your wire strippers, man? How many did you go through that are a bunch of scams? I know, what's that one company? Stripmeister, right? The one that has the little one with the hand crank, or you put the drill on, and then they got bigger models. I think Shark Scrapper has one. I seen Thumbprint. He had one. He had a whole video he did. So that company actually contacted me and wanted to send me one of their big boy machines, like a big 220 unit. It was probably the biggest one they got, and he was just going to send it to me and wanted me to do a video. But I was like, you know, dude, I told the guy, I'm like, hey man, have you really watched my channel, or are you just like, you know, like, have you seen the equipment I'm running? Because just by looking at other videos, looking at videos from their website, and looking at the machine down in Miami, they actually have basically the same thing as a Stripmeister, but it's an industrial 3-phase one. And my machine, my Chinese machine, will clown it, man. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have the feed rate that mine does, and it's not a 4-roller system. You know, here's my take on them machines. They're good. They work. If you're a hobbyist or whatever, great. You know, they're a good deal probably, and they'll get you through. But if you want to make money and be on production, there is no comparison to the 4-roller system. Even that other machine that I got, the double roller, where the both rollers are spinning, that's a great job. And what I love about that, I haven't seen any other machine that can do this. I could feed 2 500s or 400s or 300 MTM in that machine at the same time, and it'll strip them. You do have to peel the wire, but it'll strip multiple wires at the same time. When you get down into the smaller spaghetti wire, I got a video where I'm feeding 4 wires at once through that machine. I haven't seen a stripper machine that'll do that, or independent wires at once. You know, so that machine does, you know, that's why I keep it around, why I paid for it. You know, I like it. I got some improvements that I want to do to it. But here's the deal with those, like the Stripmeister, okay? You got one drive wheel at the bottom, okay? That one drive wheel, I've seen people struggle, you know, how to, you know, getting the wire through, and then it just seems slow to me. I think Shark Scrapper's got one with a variable speed, which I thought was pretty incredible. But still, I don't think he's doing 200 feet a minute, and it's not peeling it off on the backside for you, you know, because it's got the one roller on the bottom, and then the cutter is just idling there. It's an idler, basically. You know, it's not helping the process. So I can see there's just, you know, that to me is the downside of that type of wire stripper. Do they work? Absolutely, they work. I see that the guys down in Miami have been running that machine for years. It's just slow. You have to physically peel the case, and you got to get that thing dialed in. I'm always dialing in the copper, the wire stripper. A lot of it, I cut out me dialing that thing in all the time, because maybe those other ones like the Copper Mine or the Blue Dog, maybe those machines, uh, my Chinese back to the manufacturer mine. The only way I was able to discern it was Chinese was, one, by the build quality, and two, the electric motor. When I pull the cover off to see if I can make it a reversible, that one actually, I have a switch that I never got to put on because I burned up the 110 motor, but it was a reversible motor. Okay. But the writing was all in Chinese, but the diagram was, I could discern the diagram. But that's how I figured it was one of those Chinese model. And the closest one I could find was like, what the hell, a Bumblebee or Super B. I seen this advertisement a while ago, and it was the same colors, blue with like the yellow guards. Now my machine, for those of you that didn't see it before I took it completely apart and repainted it and rebuilt it, it was blue with yellow guards, and I think no, it just had yellow guards on it. I think the chute was always blue or whatever. But it looked like those Chinese ones. Um, but anyway, let's see what else we got here. Good afternoon, Derek. On the fly. Keith Russ, will the stuff you make be more for the smaller scrapper or the mid-size trying to get better? Okay, so the copper products that I want to make, anybody could have. You don't have to be a scrapper. It's just going to be a cool copper product, um see, I don't want to give nothing away, but it's going to be for anybody, really, on the copper side. Now, the original reason I started YouTube, that's going to be for anybody too, more so than the copper products I want to make. But there's a whole line of copper products I want to make. Oh, and you know what? I do have an idea for a handheld stripper. And I'd like to make it out of copper. It's something that you just be able to, you wouldn't be able to strip big wire like MC or something like that, but like the spaghetti and probably anything, pinky size wire and down. It's something that you would put on the wire really fast and just pull the wire through it. And you wouldn't really have to make any adjustments other than a little thumb screw for the different diameters, but you could adjust it on the fly. But yeah, that would be for the small scrapper. Wire stripper wise, so I want to make basically the Bugatti of wire strippers. You know what I'm saying? Like almost over the top. If you ever seen like old machinery that was built to last, it not only functioned, that old equipment functioned really well, but it also looked the part, and then they did all that, like the gold leaf and stuff like that on it, man. Like that's like, if I put out a product, that's what it's going to be. And honestly, I could care less if you bought it or not. I'm going to put out something and it's going to be probably more expensive than the other stuff. Like if I did go down that route and build, like if I replicated the machine that I'm using now in what I see that I would want after running it for a couple years and thinking about everything that's wrong with it and how I would make it better, there would be no way around it being cheap, because one, I'm not going to put my name on garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why you don't see me promoting products on this channel. Now, I actually have two things that people sent me. They didn't pay me. They originally contacted me. I said, "Hey man, your product looks good, blah blah blah." And then I just ignored it like every other request for me to advertise on the channel. I'm not going to sell you something I don't use, I don't believe in. I don't care about the money. Like, I mean, unless they're going to pay me like 10 grand, I might. But I'm going to be honest. It's like with that wire stripper. He wanted to send me probably a couple $1,000 piece of equipment. But I told the dude, I was like, listen, you know, if you send me this, I'm going to run it. I'm going to give my honest opinion. And then I'm going to compare it to what I'm using and see if it's better. I'll tell you what I like. And he was like, oh, well, you know, we were hoping that you would just, you know, do a video on it and we'll give you a promo code. But I'm not trying to sell you something I don't believe in. You know what I'm saying? If I believe in it, yeah, man, I'll say, hey, you know, this or whatever. Or if it's something I personally use and I have good experience with, you know, I'll promote it or whatever. But two companies, they sent me stuff, sent me two things. And the one thing I used, I use it all the time, actually. And I will make a video on it. The guy did send me the product. I will make a video on it. And there's another thing someone sent me that I've been using. You've actually seen it in the videos. You just don't know it. But, and I was on the fence after getting it and seeing where it was made. And the company basically was portraying themselves to be like an American made company. Well, they didn't say that, but when the product showed up, it clearly said made in China. But I can't knock it because I run all my phones and my computers, Apple products made in, you know, Foxconn or whatever that place was. They had to put the suicide nets because the working conditions were so bad. People were jumping out of the window. I mean, shame on all of us for buying their products, but do we really have a choice? You know what I'm saying? What else are we going to use? Anything electronics coming from China, you know, pretty much, or that we know of. Let me tell you something. I was watching a video the other day. Stuff could be coming from other places besides China that you have no idea about. And it's just a theory, but there's some weird stuff going on with some islands and stuff. And places that you're not allowed to go. That should be an interesting topic. Which the reason I have this microphone and the camera, and I just bought a couch, and I am looking into getting 2 more boom mics, and you know, headphones. And I'm gonna have guests. I'm turning my office into basically a podcast studio. We're gonna have a podcast. And it's going to be very interesting, to say the least. Not only am I going to be in here, but I'm actually going to go out and ask questions. That's going to be the whole thing about it. We're asking questions, you know, like, are we even allowed to ask questions anymore? Are we in a free country, in a free society? You know, there's questions that are out there that need to be answered. And I'd like to, you know, get the answers for it. So we're going to explore that on another channel. I'm hoping, you know what, this live stream is kind of my test to see what it's like to run this first time I'm ever running a mic and wearing these headphones, which, you know, I don't like things. I don't wear jewelry because I don't like things around my neck. I don't like pressing. The only reason I wear hats is I got long hair. But the reason I got all this stuff is kind of work out how I'm going to do this podcast. But it's going to be interesting. I can tell you that for sure. And this all started because of something that happened to me about a year and a half ago, which we'll get into. And the incident isn't what woke me up. It was looking into how and why the situation went down the way it did. And it really opened my mind to the fact that, like I said in the beginning of this podcast, public schools are indoctrination camps. They're not educated. You don't get educated going to to public school. You know, and there's certain things that you have no idea about that is going on in your life that puts a restraint on your growth and your ability to be free and independent, basically. There's a great speech by John F. Kennedy. And if you look on YouTube, look up the speech that killed Kennedy, okay, and really listen to what he says and think about what's going on in the world today, and you'll realize why they did what they did to that guy. He was trying to tell you. He told you, and he lost his life for telling you. All right, what do we got here? Copper melts just under 2,000 degrees. Hard to achieve with waste products. Induction furnace seems to be the way to go. Yeah, actually, induction coils are awesome, and I've been looking into that. So, if I wasn't able to achieve that type of heat with just waste oil, I've already thought about running a waste oil generator, getting a diesel generator that I can run off of free diesel fuel and creating the power that I need to make an induction coil, which consumes, I would assume, a lot of electricity, and melt it that way. But I think there's a way to hop up the temperature a little bit with the oil, or we'll see. We'll do some experiment. I mean, we're gonna find out. But like that, he just said in that comment. That's what I love, man. I love the comments because people could be commenting stuff that I don't know, and then or they'll suggest something that I didn't think about, and then it'll just kick off a thought storm in my brain. Man, if I could just sit here and get paid for brainstorming all day, I'd be rich. Let's see what else we got here. Granulator just signed in. Hope you didn't already discuss it. We discussed it a little bit. So the issue with my granulators, when we took it apart in that video, I made a part 1. I never made a part 2 because we mic'd the shaft. And what happened was when I got that granulator, I got it from Big Show, who I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm no longer associated with him because some shady stuff went down on his end that it just wasn't a good situation. Still isn't a good situation. Basically, it just I had a lot of stuff that I was told to put somewhere, and the stuff isn't there anymore, basically. And I was assured multiple times that I didn't have to come move it after I asked many times, hey, man, do I need to come get this stuff? So, yeah. Anyway, I got the granulator originally was a plastic granulator. The one I got was originally made for plastic injection molding, the little tabs or whatever they'd take off, grind it back up, remelt it. So this machine actually spun a lot slower than it did. It had a 3-phase motor with some planetary gears. And then the chain that's on that one was on there. What we did is tore all the planetary stuff off in a 3-phase motor, put some pulleys and a fast spinning motor. Now, originally the motor I had on there was 3,700 RPMs, I think. And what happened was I had a girlfriend at the time helping me at the shop, and she was feeding the machine. Well, she was taking, dumping it down in there. Now, if you've never run a granulator, you can't just constantly feed the machine. It's got to chew the wire up, you know, however big the machine is and how big your cage is, and the diameter of the holes that you have in the bottom of the cage all determines how fast you're going to chew through the wire. Well, you know, me, I could hear the machine. You know, you listen to it, you can hear when it's freed up and ready for more. Well, she was in another area of her brain, I guess. I don't know. But she kept pitching big old wads of copper in there, jammed the machine up. And I went over there, I hit the off button. Okay. Well, when I hit the off button, it didn't disconnect the motor. I thought it did. And usually when that would happen, I would hit the off button, go on. And I was in the middle of stripping wire. I was doing something. I didn't unplug it. So I hit the off button. I thought the machine was off. It wasn't off. It was there trying to spin, but it was jammed. And probably an hour went by, and I'm there stripping, and all of a sudden I smelled, if you ever smelt burnt electronics or a burnt motor, it's a very distinct smell. I smelt it. I'm like, what the heck? I went over there. I felt the motor. It was super hot. Realized what was happening. I unplugged it, cooked the motor. I went and bought a new motor. And it was I bought 1,700 RPM motor, which was okay. It still chopped a bunch. I mean, I chopped tons of copper, literally tons through the machine, but it wasn't right. It wasn't spinning as fast. And also, Big Show, when I originally, right before I got it from him, he was doing some stuff to it because he bought it. He bought it at an auction for $400, knowing he was going to sell it to me because I had all this copper, you know, and I was looking for a granulator. And so I went over to look at it while he was trying to get this 3-phase motor off it and the planetary gears. And I was looking at how the blades were designed and how the knives were. Okay. And just by looking at it, I could tell those blades needed to be sharpened from the inside. All those blades are like this. You don't sharpen it out here. You have to sharpen it from in here. And I told that to him, like, hey man, you can't, because he had told me, he goes, yeah, I'm going to take these off and sharpen them. So I told him, I was like, hey man, don't mess with them. They have to be sharpened from the inside. And of course, you know, you can't tell Big Show anything. I mean, the guy knows everything. Which is why he was never on my channel that much, because I tried to do a bunch of jobs with him. And the amount of disregard for procedures was staggering. Okay. You know, you think you know someone and they think that, you know, they're a welder or fabricator, and then you realize that they're freaking clueless and they're just talking out their, you know, backside, whatever. I try not to curse. You know, I cuss like a sailor, but I cut out a lot of curses on the YouTube channel. Sometimes it slips through, whatever, but whatever. Anyway, well, I come back the next day to like pick up the machine, and he had taken all there's 7 blades on there, and each one of them blades is like $700 a piece. And he had taken them all off in a straight line. They're actually staggered in the machine. And he took a big grinder and went down the face of them and hand ground them. Now, there's 2 problems with that. One, they're made to be sharpened from the inside because of the way the blade comes on the knife. Okay. And 2, he hand ground it. It's not like he put it on a surface grinder and ground them to where they were all within like a couple thousands. No, man, he mowed these things down, completely ruined the blades, you know. And then I was really upset and almost didn't buy the machine, but I really wanted a granulator. So I bought the machine anyway. I wind up grinding them the right way. And I actually talked to the manufacturer of that machine, got an engineer on the phone. They sent me all the paperwork for it and basically confirmed that you have to sharpen them from the inside. That's another thing, like with equipment and stuff like that. I like to call the manufacturer and get to an engine. I want to talk to an engineer. I want to talk to someone that knows the machine inside and out. I can tell them, hey, I'm issue, and they'll know exactly what you're talking about, or can walk you through some things or tell you what you're doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's always good to talk to engineers or the people that are building the product, or whatever. Um, but what happened was basically you got the knife and then you got all these blades, and then the knife moves in and out. And I had to take feeler gauges, find out which one was the closest, which one was the furthest, and then mic it to the closest one, because you couldn't, they weren't even anymore. And I think a combination of that, them not being even, and having bigger gaps, than it should, and the fact that I had a slower moving motor on it, it started basically hammering them things. Like if you go back and watch like the last video I was doing with that thing, when it was idling, just sitting there running with no load on it, you could almost hear the blades chattering back and forth. And basically they wore out the keyway and they wore down the shaft. If you look on the shaft, you could see where every one of those blades was sitting. So basically what I would have to do if I was going to keep the shaft is I'd have to almost put every single one of those blades in the lathe, line bore the inside to find out which blade had the biggest diameter, because they're kind of out, and then cut all the rest of them to that. Take the shaft, either make a whole new shaft or buy a new shaft, or what me and Steve were talking about is, grind it down a little bit, put a bead of weld all the way down it, run it on the lathe back to the size of the shaft, the size of whatever the shaft is we need, and then get a new keyway. That's really the only thing that we could do. Or I could just put it back together and run it till it beats itself apart. And the way I want to build the new system, the new granulator, in the original videos I had with the granulator was independent from the water sluice. So I would run the granulator, it would make a big pile. I'd just scoop it up in buckets, physically bring it over to the sluice, and physically dump it in the sluice. Now, if you watch those videos, the amount of material I was dumping in that sluice, you would never, no granulator would dump that much that fast. I was literally dumping 5-gallon buckets in a matter of, maybe 10 seconds or 15 seconds or whatever it was. I was dumping in there super fast and hydroblasting it. If that sluice that I had set up at the time had, what do you call it? If it had a way to get it from the bottom to the top of the sluice at the same rate it was coming out of the machine, that sluice I had set up would have worked. It would have ran the copper through it in one shot. But the way I did it, I dumped it in so fast, the copper would basically settle down there. It would get down to the second sluice. And two things, there was an issue. I didn't have enough water flow and pressure to run both sluice, both troughs at the same time. So I basically washed it twice, which actually helped liberate more of the insulation off the copper, because it would wash 90% of it off on that first run, and the copper would settle down in the second sluice. I would turn the water off. Actually, I'd open up all the valves. I had valves to divert the water from the top to the bottom. I can run them all wide open or run one sluice at a time. I would open the bottom valves and then start shutting the top valves off to put the pressure onto the second sluice, and it basically hydroblast the copper again until it settled in that third sluice. Worked absolutely amazing for what it was. The little, I still have all the sluices. I don't have the buckets anymore. I don't remember what happened to them, or the pumps, but I do have some better pumps. I think the pumps that I have now, just one of them is going to pump out twice as much water than what I had going on in that other one. And I got two of these pumps. And, that's just another thing, man. It's just finding the time to build all these projects, because it's not like I have a schematic for any of this stuff. I just I look at what I want to do and what I have on hand, and I just kind of make it work. You know what I'm saying? Like that crane that's on my trailer. I just made that work with what I had on hand. I didn't have a lot of money, but I needed a way to pick up 1,000 pounds. That crane I'll pick up a 1,500, 1,800 pound barrel, no problem, with that crane. So it does its job, but it's just what I had on hand, and a little bit of redneck engineering. What else we got in here? Love the vids from New Brunswick, Canada. Cool, man. Canada. Aren't you guys having a bunch of crazy fires, or they just had a bunch of crazy fires up there? Could you make a mini roller wire stripper in your new product line? A mini roller. Mini roller. Like the 4-roller machine that I have? Man, that'd be pretty cool to make a miniature version of that. They do have small versions, but the rollers are all the same. Like that Blue Rock that guy bought, and all the other ones that I see. The shafts are probably all the same size, and they use a common blade. I do have a set of blades for that machine. Came with it. But making a mini one for smaller wire would be pretty cool. Like a miniature 4-roller machine just for spaghetti or something. What's your school background? You ever go to college? No, man, I never even finished high school. Like I said earlier, not that I was dumb. I was actually really good at math, and I liked science and history and all that. But history now, as it's known to be, is his story. So you watch out with history, man, because you don't know. There's a reason. Well, think about this. You go to school, they give you the textbooks, right? And then they take them back. So think about 20, 30 years down the road, there could be a whole different curriculum that they weren't teaching. You know what I'm saying? And what really scares me is everything's digital now. I don't know if you can see over here, I have a Haynes manual for my truck. I got another manual for my forklift. All kinds. I got another thing for drones and stuff, maps, and how to discern all the maps and whatnot. But people really don't have hard copy books anymore. And if the power went out for whatever reason, whether on purpose or by accident or some catastrophic event, no one would know anything. People don't have books no more. Where's that book? Here you go. Here's a really cool book that I think everybody should have in their hand. It's a pocket reference book. I think I got this at Harbor Freight. And there is so much information in this book. Everything from, we got formulas for electricity. What else? Just odd stuff. Major world airports. Firewood fuel comparison charts. Material tables. Glues and adhesive types and applications, solid figure formulas, propane tank sizes. It's just so much random stuff. But then you get into strengths and weights of wire ropes. Um, steel bar specs, octagonal and flat bar specs, drill and cut in lubricants. It's like I don't know if this is similar. It probably has a lot of the same information as the machinist handbook. A lot of people should have that. But air discharge from orifices. I mean, there's just so much weird stuff that you wouldn't even think about. Wind chill factors, heat and humidity factors. There's just so much amazing. Here you go. The guy was talking about welding. Here you go. I'm gonna look up, use my pocket ref, and I'm gonna become a pro welder. Electrodes, alloy steels, and just there's just so much information in this little book. Every guy should have one of these, or if you have a shop, um, you should have one of these books. It's really amazing just to look through it. You're just like, why is this in here? But it's interesting information. You know what I'm saying? But back to what I was saying, if you don't have physical copies, most people don't go to a library, or there's not even that many libraries left. You know what I'm saying? Like the information, if it's all digital and you got no way to turn on the computer and look it up, there's no internet. You can't go to YouTube University anymore. How are you going to survive? How are you going to feed yourself? And this is really scary to me. And I looked at this when that or I should say scamdemic came along, 2 years ago. Funny, you don't hear anything about that no more. Nobody's running around with masks and all this stuff. I never wore a mask, ever. You know how many places I got kicked out of or yelled at, and stores would close their doors when they see me coming. Yeah, look what's happening now. Nothing. They shut down everybody's business, and your employees told you to stay home while they gave themselves a raise. Think about that. Okay. What I seen that was really concerning to me with the whole toilet paper shortage. Okay. People were freaking out. Okay. If you thought that was bad, what would happen if there was a food shortage? Okay. People would literally murder you for a hamburger or whatever you had. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would make good people do extremely desperate things. Over here, and I know a lot of people aren't from America and don't have like guns and whatever. It don't matter if you got guns, dude. That ain't gonna. I mean, they're just gonna sit. They could just sit back. I mean, this is just theoretically. They would just sit back and watch us kill each other. They don't need to invade or come in and kill. They just shut the food off. Do you have the ability to feed yourself or your family? You know what I'm saying? You really need to think about that. No. And like where I live, it's really densely populated. The people in the cities, that's going to be bad if that happened. This is all theoretically if that happened. People wouldn't even know where to start. Where are you going to get the seeds? You know what I'm saying? A lot of things nowadays, there's GMO. There's no seeds in GMO stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's in the school system, the first thing that you should be taught is how to feed yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you can't feed yourself, what is there after that, man? I mean, if you don't have the ability to feed yourself and your family without being dependent on a system or a corporation, are you really free? You know what I'm saying? You got to think about that, man. Yeah, man, definitely get some books, get some hard stuff that that you could pass down through the generations, information that they can't change or hide from you. You know, that's, I mean, the internet and everything, the technology that we have is pretty amazing. Um, but it's, to me, it's a double-edged sword because it's got you dependent. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's, very few people are self-sufficient. And on the other podcast I want to do, I met someone recently that uh, grows food. Okay, and I'm hoping to get on the show and talk about what they're doing, how they're doing it. And there's an element that they were talking about that I had just learned about that uh, um, they brought up in our conversation. I was like, wow, it's funny that you would know about that. And anyway, we'll get into that in another show. It's a whole nother topic. We're getting off. Uh, Greetings from Poland. Hey man, that's awesome. Uh, Thanks for the granulator history. Really enjoy your channel. Thanks, William. Oh yeah, the granulator. So, oh, what I was going to tell you, the way I want to do the new setup with that is, I've told you guys I want to move. Actually, I want to put it right next to my wire stripper. When I originally had that thing running, I had the granulator, my homemade wire stripper, which I don't have no more. I scrapped it, but there is a video on the channel of that machine and how I built it and everything. It did an amazing job. It was actually a Harbor Freight metal roller, shear, and brake that I modified to strip wire. I love repurposing things, you know. But I had the granulator, my homemade wire stripper, and then that big wire stripper I got up there. And I had the guy Brian. Now to this day, I haven't met anybody, and I can't even untangle wire like this dude. He would untangle the wire, and I would have a sawhorse basically right next to me, and he would just start feeding the wire 20-foot lengths, laying it over, and I would just grab the wire and just start. I'd set the machine up, the big wire stripper for the bigger stuff, and then I would have the homemade one set up to do solid core, because solid core wire, you don't even need a blade to strip it. If you just have two rollers that don't move and can squeeze the wire hard enough, it'll peel it off like butter. And that wire stripper actually worked better for solid core than the machine that I got, because the machine I got now, when you send hard wire through it or solid core, sometimes it'll hit that first roller and like curl up and then jam into the next machine and then cause issues. When you send it through the double roller system, and it worked better. So I would be feeding this machine, feeding that machine, throwing wire in the granulator and listening to it. Okay. And so what I want to do now is I'm going to build almost like a baker's rack that I could put the machine in. There's going to be 3 machines. I'm going to need to do it the way I want to do it. I need a pre-shredder, which I have all the parts to build, all of them. Okay. To get it close. This thing keeps knocking off. And then the machine that I got now as the final thing, because you don't want one machine working hard. If you can throw a big knot up into the into a hopper, and that pre-shredder would be basically geared that it would never chop that wire faster than like 75% of the last machine, you know. So that last machine's not even gonna work that hard. It's just gonna kind of like, you know, send it off. Um, you know, so what I want is basically a rack where I could have the 3 machines, but I could pull them out. Like this granulator here, I know it ain't gonna last forever, and I'm probably gonna have to upgrade to something different. But I want to be able to put whatever I want in there, whether I build my own or find another one and modify it. But if I had to, I could just pull out, because the granulator is only like this big. It's not that big at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like this little area, but it has like the whole base and then the whole top and and all that stuff. I don't need all that. I just need the part, and one machine funneling down into the other machine. But none of them working more than, I would even want to leave it around 50% of its capacity, so it really ain't working that hard at all. And then getting it from, I probably mentioned it and told you, but I'm not going to go over it again. But getting it from the bottom into the sluice is going to be awesome the way I want to do it. And then what it goes into up there, primary, secondary system. The primary and secondary, the first two things that the granulators are going to hit, they're not going to be sluices like a sluice box. It's going to be two different things that I haven't seen anyone run copper through. Okay. And then after it goes to the primary and secondary, it's going to go into the sluices to where I could, move it off into different things and do different stuff. It's going to be it's going to be pretty quickly. It's going to look incredible. It's going to make for awesome YouTube videos. I can tell you that. And then functionality, it's going to function like a beast. I did a lot. I didn't even, when I built that first sluice, I didn't even have a YouTube channel, and I had no idea why I was filming it. I just thought it was cool, and I wanted to on my phone going. But this thing flaked out on me again. Okay. Anyway, the process of where I started, like the first little sluice. The first sluice I ever did, I had the wide final sluice that you see in the video where all the copper settled. I had that, but I had a piece of expanded metal sitting in there, and it worked great for catching the copper, but it also caught a lot of the insulation. And at the time, the granulator didn't have it had too big of holes, so it wasn't liberating all the copper. I actually inlaid a piece of metal and hand drilled my own holes because they wanted $600, or it was either $300 or $600 for a new screen. I can actually get parts for that machine. But I was like, man, I'm not paying all that money. I'll just make it. I made sure there was enough clearance. The blades weren't going to scrape. And then I made my own thing. I put the sheet in there. And then when I originally did it, I actually had to drill the holes out twice. I drilled them the first time. The copper wasn't coming through. It was just getting stuck in there. So I had to come with like the next drill size bigger and re-drill every single one of them holes. And it worked great, man. I towards the end, I had it dialed in. But the process I went through would have made for an amazing series of videos, because it was a learning curve for me, and I would have really liked the comment. All of us doing that. And I on the next one that I'm going to build here, which is probably going to be one of the main projects after I do the forklift. Because lately I haven't been stripping all the spaghetti. I'll strip down to a certain size, and even some of the stuff I strip, I'm like, I don't even, I make a little bit of money on it, but the time involved with that spaghetti is it's just too tedious, man. You just need to be able to throw it in a machine and grind it up, And let me tell you something, man. When I had the 3 machines running at once, I would blow through a pile. Like you would, even though the granulator, it needed time to kick it out. If you were just constantly sitting there feeding all 3 machines, you would go through a whole big, and I mean, you guys have seen the piles of copper I get, man. I could blow through that stuff, man. The granulator was a huge you know, it definitely helped, you know, and it was cool. But the process I went through, the trial and error, the first, so the first one of the reasons why the setup turned out the way it did is I was modifying it going, and you know, I had my water and whatever. The first time I sold copper, I sold it to Miami as number one chops. Now there's a number one chop and there's a number two chop, because if you got communication cable or anything with number two, like the transformer wire is tin coated, man, I was throwing all the copper in there. I didn't know you know there was a difference, so I was just chopping everything up. And now looking back, you can look at them videos, and there's one video on there where I showed the difference. I had some really black looking copper, and that was this communication cable. And then there was some dirty looking stuff that had like, it looked like bits in it, and that was like me chopping up the transformer wire. And then the good clean chops towards the end, when I was like, okay, you got to pay attention to what you're putting in the machine. One, you don't want to be putting hard stuff in there, big chunks of hard copper, I like over a certain size. And you definitely don't want a screw or a bolt or even wire nuts. If inside a wire nut is like a metal spring, iron. That's why I had a lot of magnets on my machine. Well, the first time I sold the chops, I sold it to Miami. They paid me for number one chops. They sold it to the mill. The mill rejected them and downgraded them to number two chops. And you're talking about 1,000 pounds, dude. You know, they weren't too happy. Oh, this thing's kicking out again. As they were melting it in real time, they had like bells and whistles going off saying, "Hey, this isn't pure copper." You know, I don't know if they were taking samples or whatever, but that they had an issue and they got downgraded. So I told the dude, I was like, "Hey, man, um, ask the mill if they can send you a printout of what was in there." And there was dirt, glass, iron, brass. I mean, there was everything in there. And then there was this certain metal that I didn't know what it was. And when I looked it up, it was actually the tin coating. The tin coating that you see on some copper wire, it's a specific metal. I don't know the name offhand, but that's exactly what it was. And then that's where I learned, okay, we need to start paying attention to what we're putting in this machine. So, you know, we don't have this problem anymore. Because I thought that Miami wasn't going to buy it from me no more. You know, they probably lost. I don't know if they lost money, but they probably didn't make as much as they thought they were going to make on it. And so I kind of had to, you know, figure it out. I figured out where the contaminants was coming from. The glass and the dirt was coming from probably because I was running the granulator and letting it drop out on the floor, and I was just scooping it up with a shovel. And the first one, the machine out really good, blowing the floor out, you know, making sure there was no dirt or dust on the floor. And then I had to up my water pressure. So I went from one pump to two pumps, and I had a hose running into the thing, which was always exciting because I had a closed system. So I got my water running in a cycle, you know, it's just looping around, and then I'm introducing more water, you know, with the hose to hydroblast this stuff down. And what would happen if I wasn't paying attention and I'm just, you know, I'm in the mix of doing all this stuff, the water would start overflowing the storage tank and flood out my shop. You know how many times I've done flooded the shop out, man. um, but what I would do, I would run it for a while, and then towards the end, I had like I don't think I have this on video, but I had a piece of PVC I would put up in, I think I put it up in the last bucket. Um, yeah, I would put it up. It was high enough to where, and I had a shop sink like right there. So I would basically just uh, as I'm running the machine and adding more water, crazy, but it was fun, man, and um, building stuff like that, just off the cuff, just whatever I got laying around. Let's just see if we can get something done. That's the kind of stuff I love doing, and I'm hoping that with an editor, I can get back into doing more stuff like that. Because when I do a YouTube video, if you watch some of my videos and they're 30 minutes long, I probably scrubbed through an hour and a half, 2 hours of footage to get that. If it's an hour long video, I might have had to go through 3 hours of footage. You know what I'm saying? So um, that takes up a lot of time, man. And I'm gonna do as much as I can to help the editor to make sure that it's gonna be you know I don't want to overload them or make it too difficult for them. And I probably should spend more time online looking up how to run the Premiere Pro and better ways to edit and all the shortcuts and stuff like that. But it's like, you know it's a time thing, man. I just want to get a video edited and get it out to you guys. So my ultimate goal, um if this editor works out, is to be able to drop 3 videos a week. Now they have a full-time job, and um, they were actually, I didn't even know this, but they were looking for an editor job on the side, and I just happened to meet them through something I was doing, and I don't know why I mentioned it. But I was like, yeah, I'm doing this and that, and I'm looking for an editor. If you know anybody, blah. And they were like, oh, well, funny thing, I used to be an editor and run a social media and this. And I'm like, you know, you put the energy out there sometimes, and the universe will provide for you. Um, so yeah. So if that works out, I'm gonna crank out like 3 videos a week. That's my ultimate goal. And they're not all just going to be scrapping videos. My goal is to do like um a one good quality scrapping video and a build video, and then an automotive video. I know a lot of people don't watch the automotive stuff, but I work on my own stuff, and I just want to show, hey man, you don't have to pay the dealership or a mechanic. You could do this stuff yourself. It's not rocket science. So hopefully we'll be able to get that and um you know bring some fun to the channel. It's got to be fun. You're not going to watch a boring video. Sometimes I question the videos I'm putting out, because I don't want to show you guys the same thing over and over, and you know I want to keep it fresh. I want to show you new things. I want to show you things that you haven't seen before, and show you different ways of doing things. You know, and like I said before, um, like I really like the comments and stuff like that, and we all together we can work out like the best way to do a certain process, you know like the stator wrecking machine I want to build. The reason why that hasn't moved forward, partly and the granulator, is because of the situation with Big Show and all the stuff I had set aside for that project that is no longer available, as I'm just going to put it like that. And also the stator wrecker, me and Steve were working on that one night, and Um, not like I said, nothing I do really has a schematic or a plan, and we're just doing things off the cuff. And when I build things, I like to get to a certain point, and then I like to just stop and think about it. And when you have someone sitting there and they're just like ready to go, and then they're getting, they want to do something or whatever, you wind up maybe scrapping a bunch of stuff, making cuts that you shouldn't have cut, or you cut it and you didn't really think it through, and now you wasted a piece of material that you don't really have more of, and it's expensive material. You know what I'm saying? So um, we'll get into all that. Let's see what else we got in here. I know I've been rambling. Um, what's the best tool brand? I did not Harbor Freight. Okay. Now Ryobi, I don't know where I got it. I had some Ryobi stuff in here at one point. I think it was either my brother's or Brian's or whatever. I wasn't impressed. DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee. I'm gonna say they're pretty much the same shit, different color, different brand. They're all gonna get the job done. I used DeWalt because when I originally started, I just wound up with a DeWalt. I bought like a 20 volt DeWalt, and then I bought a 20 volt this and that. So I have all DeWalt chargers and batteries. It's just easier to stay with one brand than have 3 different batteries with 3 different things. Makita might make a better skill saw, or a better sawzall, but sit there and change brands. For what I do, the drills, the impacts. Now, I will say, some of the newer DeWalt stuff that I got, I don't like the fact that it shuts off. Like it's not just like the battery, the trigger, the motor. There's like the battery, some electronic stuff, the trigger, and then the motor. And that electronic stuff is basically there so you don't overheat it and blah blah blah. But it's like, I've had the drill just stop. It doesn't even hammer, and then or whatever. So those 3 brands, pretty much the big names, they're going to be very close. Yeah, some brand might have a little bit better stuff or what. And I don't know why, but I wind up with like, because I would do scrap outs, clean outs. Customers would just give me a bunch of stuff, and I wound up with a lot of DeWalt stuff, So I just kind of stick to that. I got tons of batteries and chargers, and you'll see me when I'm working, man. I'll have five guns going, 5 different bits. If you're doing like the electrical stuff, I don't know why they do this. They could just use a 5/16 bolt on everything. Like the nut driver. They'll just have nut drivers. They'll have Phillips. They'll have a one random flathead somewhere. It makes absolutely no sense. It could all be done with one screw, one style. But you'll have one, like those light fixtures, man. That's why I have so many drills. You'll have one thing that'll literally have 5 different things. Now I can understand, like, you got all the little screws, and then you got a big 3/4 bolt holding it to the, whatever it's bolted to. But all the stuff to like open it up, remove the transformer, there's absolutely no need for there to be, this is a star bit, and then this is a flathead, and this is a Phillips, and then it makes no sense. It's just ridiculous. I I would think that if you ordered one style bolt in bulk, you'd get a better price. You know what I'm saying? Instead of ordering, say you needed 100,000 of each bolts, 5 different bolts. Well, why don't you just order 500,000 of one bolt and make your whole thing around that? Like, there's absolutely no need for all this crap. So yeah. Back to the what's the best tool? Definitely stay away from Harbor Freight, and I don't even know about Ryobi. DeWalt, Makita, Milwaukee, and what's that other one? The Harbor Freight brand, Rigid. That we found a bunch of that stuff one time. It seemed like pretty good stuff. I don't know. All of it's probably made not in America. My mom for tan and a deer hide. Oh, it may have been called Back to Basics. Yeah. That's like a whole nother, like, people used to, kill an animal and use pretty much as they possibly can, from the bones to the skin. Nobody does that nowadays. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, what's more, they just want to be, it's easier to just buy something or whatever. We live in a throwaway society, which is really and expecting years without any major issues. And nowadays with the vehicles, man, it's getting to the point where you almost have to go to the dealership, and you can't. It's not like back in the day where you can pop the hood and kind of figure out what's going on. With all the electronics and the amount of sensors in all this new crap is just ridiculous, man. Like, how about we just make something that does a job really good, that doesn't need all this bull crap? The safety crap is just getting out of ridiculous. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm like an old soul or something, dude. Like, my soul's from a time where when you went to work, you didn't know if you was coming home with all your digits or your arm or coming home at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, people worked. Nowadays, it's like, it's so like watered down and so safety, like a monkey could operate some of the stuff, that's out there now. And so much of the stuff is automated. There's a really, when it comes to like machining and manufacturing, especially making parts and building stuff, having like a machine shop, like a CNC, big time. I'm talking big time CNC machines where you're running, like, say you're running 1 million parts. Well, nowadays they have it set up to where one guy could operate maybe 10 machines. It's so automated, and it might be even more than that. Do you know how many people that puts out of work that aren't working and putting money back into the economy? They're just doing, I honestly, I think there's so many jobs out there that are just like BS jobs that they made up because people got to do something, because people aren't building anything. People don't have skills. There's no trade. I was just watching something, and the guy was going through, it's a really cool channel. It's got like a couple million subscribers, but he was going through a stamping plant right here in America. And the company was making heat shields for Briggs and Stratton. And he actually makes all the blades for like blenders. But anyway, the YouTube guy was in there looking at, showing what the shop was. And So all these presses, they got dies in them. Okay. And the guys that were working in that, it's like the 70s and 80s, they were die makers, and that's like a dying trade, man. Like making the dies to like a progressive stamping system. Those dies that excuse me, those dies and the guys that make the dies and design them, um people don't do that no more, man. Like that's all skills that are going away. And and in the video, the guys were all older and they were all about to retire, and there was like, they showed one guy that was like the new apprentice, but like, man, especially that all of the, basically most of our manufacturing has gone overseas. There's, those jobs just aren't there. And it's really sad because you're losing a whole trade and a skill set that's going away. Like I think about all of the jobs people had, just say even back in the 60s, man, the 50s and 60s, what people were doing, it was all tradesmen, and they were passing down knowledge and expanding on the knowledge. But nowadays, you go to work, say you're working at that machine shop, you go in there, and I was looking at some of the people, what they were doing. Their only job was to make sure that the machine had material going in it, and they would check the material coming out of it. That was their skill, just to make sure the machine was loaded and to make sure that the material was, didn't have flaws or defects or whatever. But like, it puts so many people out of work, not, the in between, and the guy making the die. Now everything is like, it's just not, everything almost now is a dying trade with the machines and AI and all this stuff and computers. And eventually it's going to get to the point where no one knows anything really. They're just going to sit in front of a machine that's doing everything. And there's a great book, and you can actually find it on YouTube. And it's called The Iron Republic. Okay. I'm not going to get into all of it, but one of the things I found very interesting, it was about basically a guy that found a civilization, and they had technology that this guy didn't have. He wasn't familiar with, and they were way far advanced. And everything was almost harmonious. But one of the things that I found very interesting about how they structured their society was they didn't allow big corporations to come in, and like there was no big corporations. Everything was like family businesses and whatever. So just take the example of, let's just say something like a shoemaker. Okay. Um, I don't know how they're probably made somewhat on machines. Some of they're probably made by slave labor somewhere, Nike. All those athletes endorsing this and that, and they're but they're endorsing slave labor basically. But anyway, so imagine you got 10 guys in your county that are making shoes, okay? And all of a sudden this company comes in and they got 10 machines that are going to make those shoes, but only one guy has to run those machines. Now, how is that benefiting those 10 or 9 guys basically that are no longer making shoes? Only one guy's making shoes. And that one guy is working for a corporation where the people running the corporation do nothing. They they bought the machines and they're paying one guy to run that. So now you don't have 10 guys out there working, providing for their families, spending money, stimulating the economy. You got one guy basically sucking up all that money. And they didn't allow that in this society, which I thought was very interesting. And um, it's actually as nice as having big manufacturing plants and all that stuff, and blowing out a million parts or whatever. Um, who is that benefit really? You know, if you got these big corporations owning everything, is that really benefiting? You know what I'm saying? Not like over here in America. Not only did the manufacturers that we had here, you know, that were putting the independent guy out of business, we don't even have that anymore. The manufacturing left altogether. It's in another country now. You know what I'm saying? So not only did you lose the let's just say the 10 guys or the 9 guys, now the one guy owning the business and the one guy running those 10 machines, now they're out of business. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it seems like it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, innovation and the technology is great and amazing, but is it really benefiting us? You know, who knows? Let's see what we got. With AI and robots, that one guy will be replaced too. Yep, you're absolutely right. Most businesses are based on greed. The less workers they have, the more money they make. Look at it. Grocery stores have self-checkouts now. Yeah, that really bothers me. The self-checkouts, like I'm in Home Depot, and you know, you have these people just standing there. They're standing there. There's a huge line. People are sitting there trying to check themselves out, and you got these cashiers just standing there, and they'll come help here and there, whatever. But to me, it seemed like it was so much better when they were scanning your shit. You know, did the price go down now that you're bagging your own shit and scanning your stuff? No, the price went up, and they're making twice as much money now. They're paying less people to scan the stuff and bag your stuff, you know, and they got you working for free. Hello from, is that Germany? I guess. I don't know. Joey Dobbs, yo, bro, what's good, man? Congrats, thanks, dude. Hey, man. If you're still on here, how'd you make out with all that copper? You're the guy with the wire stripper like mine, right? Or similar to mine. He had a big. If that's the same guy I'm thinking about, man, he got an auction or something and bought a huge pile of wire. Oh, that's another. So you were asking. Someone was asking earlier. They're probably not even on here no more about where to get copper, or scrap in general. Public auctions. Okay, yeah, that is the guy. So one thing that Big Show used to do is public surplus auctions. You know, when the cities replace all their lights, they'll bring them back. They'll have a yard somewhere, and they'll have an auction, and you can bid on like 1,000 street lights, you know, 1,000 light poles, or you could bid on the aluminum boxes, the communication box. That'd probably be a great place to find. I don't know how much gold is in there or electronics, but the communication hubs, like the AT&T boxes, I used to see them all the time on the government surplus or there's like city, county auctions and stuff like that, man. You can find all kinds of cool things. That's where I got my granulator, the Oberg oil filter crusher that I got. Oh, I don't know if I finished. I don't know if you noticed, but I get sidetracked a lot. But my oil processor, you know, I have the oil filter crusher. It's like a $5,000 machine I got for $400. I originally bought it to pull the hydraulics out to run on my second press, but at the time I had a nice shop and I had a bunch of 500-gallon tanks, and I was get this, I was charging people $1 a gallon for picking up motor oil. Okay, so they were paying me for my fuel. I was charging them $20, and if you run the oil filters through the crusher, I think I got some lag going. Shit. Yeah, I'm about the stream, man. I'm gonna work this week on getting a dedicated high speed internet on here because I plan on doing more live streams and a whole nother thing. Shark Scrapper got several traffic control boxes from government auctions, and the boards were amazing. Yeah, you know what? I think I watched that video, man. He was pulling out some big boards. And Joey Dobbs, I'm almost done. Was going to email you pics and the breakdown when I'm fully done. Okay, dude, that you emailed me that a while ago. Did you get that? Like, when you sent me pictures of that stripping machine, it looked like you didn't have belts on it or something, man. He's got a stripping machine that's like mine, but the way the pulleys are on his, like mine, all the power comes up to the first shaft, and then that one shaft winds up pouring everything. His machine looks like he's got two belts that come up, and it's kind of splitting the load, you know, which is pretty cool. School districts have auctions all the time. Yeah, there's actually one down in Pompano that Big Show used to go to all the time. I would go pick up stuff there with my trailer all the time. The total weight was 11,693 pounds. Damn, dude. Mostly 500 MCM. Nice. 11,000 pounds. I probably okay. Oh, I guess he works a regular 9 to 5, so he's doing it on the side. That's a heck of a score, dude. Do you know like what you wind up paying, like what that came out to per pound, like what you paid for it? That's pretty. That's a big load of copper. That's more copper than I've ever gotten. I think the biggest copper I've ever gotten in one shot was that 3,600 pound copper donut I made. Yeah, that to this day, I think that was my biggest scrap ticket. I think it was like a little over $9,000 or something like that. 11,000 pounds. That's a good day. And sold it the next day. I would have pulled an all nighter, man. 225. Yeah, that's good. That's a good price. I think that's what I get right now for number one insulated. But if it was all 500, that's well worth it, dude. You know, because the recovery on that, you're looking. I mean, that insulation is like less than 10%. You know, or something like that. Yeah, we just did. I didn't get to strip it, but I was telling you, that customer that picked up 100, they bought over $100,000 of copper. I think they had 2,000 pounds of stripped copper when they were done that I bought from them. That was all 600 MCM, big stuff, man. And they had just had a mess, man. What I did is I pulled up next to it with my trailer, put my extension out on my crane, put my crane scale on there. I just dropped the cable down in the pile and choked it and just started pulling up 400 or 500 pounds at a time out of there. 11% on that 500. Yeah. Ed West, that's you. What were we talking about? I'm sorry. Um, you got 390 a pound, dude. Damn, dude. That's incredible. Yeah, I don't even know. I haven't been to the scrapyard in 2 weeks, maybe. Maybe has it been 2 weeks? Yeah, I forget what I got last time. You know, I don't see. That's funny. Locked in. I was talking to a scrap guy. My buyer, and you can do that. You can say, "Hey, man, I'm guaranteed this much copper. I need a price," and you get locked in on it. But I mean, you got to come with a lot of stuff, dude. 364 right now. Yeah, that seems like a good deal. I think it was on its way up. It had dropped down a little bit, and then the last couple little things I sold, it was coming up. I haven't sold copper in like 2 weeks. You valid for another 18 days? Yeah, because you know what? A scrapyard don't turn and burn like me. They I think what they do is they get like an order, like and then they got to fill that order. So they're like, they got a month, probably 45-day to lock in the price. Yeah, so they'll get an order. I think the guy in Miami was telling me. So it's like, but they're doing big stuff. So they might have like their orders for 100,000 pounds, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Um, and they'll get locked in, and they'll have to sit there and buy and buy and buy until they get their, they get to their weight. So if you can lock in on that price. Yeah. The best paying yard in Tampa area is CMS, Commercial Metal Systems. Still isn't high as the east coast of Florida. Now, man, the west coast of Florida is crazy when it comes to the scrap game, man. I don't know what's going on over there. It just it's so much lower, man. And even when I was doing that Daytona job, I was definitely bringing the transformers back, but I was considering often the aluminum locally, you know. But even up there, um, the price was so far off from what I got. I'm like, you know what? I'm going down there anyway. I got to bring my truck and trailer back to West Palm. Might as well bring this stuff with me. It's not going to cost much more in diesel. And I'm going to get my price, because, uh, you know, the local yards, for me, it really doesn't pay to go to a local yard with non-ferrous stuff, because they're literally like 15-20 cents a pound less. And that may not seem like a lot, like for a whole trailer load. Like if I just took a trailer load of my normal stuff to the scrap yard, I'm gonna make out okay, but I'm gonna be leaving like, I mean, it could be anywhere as low as 500 to as much as $1,000 to $1,500 on the table. When you think about all the different, all the different materials and the amount that I'm bringing in, it just going locally doesn't pay. And some people would probably be like, oh man, you're driving an hour and a half. Well, when I started scrapping, man, I was in Broward County. So um Miami is not too far. It was like 45-minute drive at that point. But when I moved to West Palm, I had already been selling to Miami, and I have established customers in Miami and in West Palm. I have customers further south than where I sell. So a lot of times I'll run down there in the morning, get there when they open at 8. I'll sell my stuff, be on the road at 9, heading even further south, you know? So, and depending on what I get, if it's like I said before, most of the stuff that I get, I process, I make my money on it. If I can pick stuff up while I'm further south or even just in Miami and then off it right away again, I'll hit the scrapyard twice. It don't matter. Um, it you know, um, it it makes sense for me because I go down there a lot. Even if I don't make 2 trips to the scrapyard and I'm down there picking up from my customer in South Miami, which normally when I go down there, I'll make a day out of it and try to hit a couple customers. And with the traffic and everything, I'm not gonna always get to the scrapyard again. I do have to bring the stuff back past the scrapyard and process it and bring it back down there. But I always try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So I'm not burning diesel on a one-way trip just to pick the stuff up and come back. I'm always off and stuff. One, you got to replenish the funds. If you're buying a lot of copper, you'll be going through a lot of cash, man. And that's one thing you got to have if you want to start buying from big customers, man. You got to have a lot of cash. They're like I said in the beginning of the stream, I used to borrow $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000 from the scrapyard to go buy copper wire and strip it and sell it back to them. And they take their money right off the top, and basically they would get copper that they normally wouldn't get. You know what I'm saying? I was bringing the scrapyard copper from all over the state. You know what I'm saying? I'll reach out and touch the whole state for you, dude. Help me out. And when I started, I had no money. When I started scrapping, I didn't even have my own truck. I had the company truck, an F550 box truck for cutting concrete, and I had my car. You don't have to have a whole setup to get started, man. Just put out the energy and be positive about it and have a goal, and you can get started. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Joey's up in Southeast Pennsylvania. Wow. Who's too small to compete? Every ounce counts. I found 300 pounds of insulated wire in a dumpster. It was 400 cm too. Dang, dude. That's a hell of a score. That dude, Brian, that one day we found not 300 pounds, but we probably found a good 100 pounds of some decent wire still on the spools in a dumpster. And it was like we were doing something. I think we were taking lunch. And he'd be off. He'd go smoke a cigarette, because I don't smoke and nobody can smoke in my truck. So whatever we got, he'd smoke a cigarette and go walk off, find a dumpster. And man, like he had a 6th sense, dude. The smaller yards couldn't compete with what, your price? To like an exporter or something? So here, there's like TMR. I see other scrap yards selling them steel all the time. Like when I go there, I'll see other trucks there from other scrap yards, So if you think about that, like the people that are selling to that scrapyard that's selling to the other local scrapyard, like, what kind of price are they getting? Billy Junkin Full. What's up, dude? I like that shear you got over there. I know a guy that used to go to the scrapyard and get a truckload of their electric motors. They would weigh them up on their big scales, and he would tear them apart and get paid on percentage. Yeah, that's how. So the scrapyard I sell to in Miami, there's another scrapyard right next to them called Triangle Scrap. If you're down in Miami, like General Metals doesn't buy from the general public. They'll probably, if you go there and try to sell them, they're just gonna like tell you, go around the corner or something. But the guy around the corner, Triangle Scrap, really good guy. He was telling me that he sends all his copper to a chopper up in New Jersey, and he gets paid a percentage, which I thought was crazy that they would ship the wire so far and still make decent money. But they're probably shipping tons. You know what I'm saying? Warn people off finding scrap when you don't ask. It's a felony in Florida now to swipe scrap, even small amounts. A felony? What do you mean? Like driving around and picking it up off the side of the street? I see people doing that all the time. Wow. Let's see. I'm Australian. Are planning a trip to the USA and thinking of going salvage auctions. They're buying motor homes, trying to find somewhere where I can park a motor home to repair somewhere with power. What do you think? Tell you what, man, you come South Florida, there's motor homes everywhere. People come to Florida to retire. They buy a motor home. There's tons of them. They're all over the place down here. I get offered them all the time. I don't want to deal with them. I had, matter of fact, I don't know if I told you guys, but the truck that I drive was given to me by one of my customers. And I was given a 30-foot fifth wheel trailer with it. And they're a dime a dozen down here, man. There's tons of trailers. Like if you wanted to if you were good at rebuilding and refurbishing them, you'd have more work than you know what to do with down here. And there's places you can rent around here, lots you can rent with power, but I actually sold it to a guy that rented a space at a storage unit, and he refurbished it there. The reason I got rid of it is because it had some water damage in the front, and then there was mold. I didn't want to deal with it. And at the time, it was right around when COVID was hitting. I was moving out of my shop. I really had no place to put it. I just wanted to be done with it. But there's tons of stuff like that down here. Most scrap yards don't even really want them because they're not even worth it. You have to like tear all the wood out of it and stuff. But hey, good luck, man. Let's see what else we got. Wow, you look like a proper YouTuber with your mic and cans and gaming chair. It looks clean, all like a studio. Like, well done. Thanks, man. Yeah, I actually am trying to turn this into a studio. I'm looking for. I'm gonna get 2 more like boom mics and headphones, and then you have to have like a mixer or whatever. But on the other podcast, I actually want guests. We're gonna have discussions and talk about various topics. Yeah, I'm turning my office, which up until now has just been where I come into sit in the AC for a while to get out of the heat and work on my YouTube and whatnot. But yeah, I want like a proper like a studio vibe. Actually, over here, along this wall and right above here, all that. If you guys watch the channel, all that Unistrut stuff that I got, that I pulled out of a dumpster, basically. Most of it was all brand new stuff. Some of it had some bends, but 90% of the stuff was dead straight and good stuff. Very expensive stuff if you had to buy it. But I'm actually going to use some of it over here, or this is the plan. Now, as long hopefully I get this editor and I got more free time, I'm going to make a out of that Unistrut stuff and that plastic. I want to cut strips, and then I want to put behind it one of these, and then I can have a shelf up there. I want to put the camera actually up over here, shining this way. I don't, let me see. I went and got a couch over here. This is my whole office. I'll show you. That's it. I got a teeter machine in here. My water jugs. That's the light I have in the corner because it's just, I needed more light. And I'll show you a glimpse of that right there. That's actually the diagram for the water sluice. It's a window that I put plastic trash bags on because I don't have a thing. But those two whiteboards back there are full of ideas. Full of them. I actually need to get some more whiteboards. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna see more live streams coming from the room here. Let's see what we got. No, not trash, but going into business parks and swiping scrap. Well, I mean, if you're swiping and stealing scrap, man, yeah, man. I'll tell you what. I've been having this problem where I do a lot of the parking lot lights. They change them out. Now I can't always be on site while they're doing it, so they'll stage them somewhere, or they'll stage them at the bottom of the pole. Constantly, people are stealing them, bro. They'll be working 2 poles down. They'll just drive by, 2 people jump out, throw it in the back of the truck, and dip. You know what I'm saying? Those are the scumbags that give all of us decent, hardworking scrappers a bad name. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, just ask, man. You know what I'm saying? And some people do ask. The customer will call me and say, hey, man, when are you coming? I got people pulling up asking about these lights. One time, this actually just happened like 2 months ago. A whole big job, man. The guy called me, hey, man, we'll be ready for you tomorrow. We'll have them all down. I guess they were working there for like a whole week. And it's on the West Coast, so it would have been like a 2-hour trip, 2.5 hours for me to get there. I call the guy right before I'm about to leave. I was like, hey, let me just call this guy and let him know. He goes, picks up the phone. He's like, it wasn't the guy I deal with. It was one of his workers. He was like, hey, man, the guy, was your guy just here? I'm like, what do you mean? What guy? He goes, well, the guy showed up. And I said, hey, are you here for Derek? And the guy was like, yes. And sat there and loaded up all the lights, and the guy literally just lied to him. Was like, yeah, I'm here to pick the stuff up. What a scumbag. You know what I'm saying? Those are the people that they give us all names. And you know what? For all the people, there's one guy in my comments. It just I could never be a trash picker or something like that. It's like, you know what, dude? First of all, I not that I have anything against it, but I don't pull my stuff out of the garbage. I buy it from an electrician. But anyway, even if I was, or even the people that do, those people that are pulling that stuff out of that dumpster are doing more for this earth than those scumbags in the comments, looking down or talking crap. You know what I'm saying? So screw them people. I don't let them bother me. Don't let them bother you. We're all doing something better for this earth than they are. All those smug people riding around with their electric cars that are, the batteries are made by lithium in some lithium mine with a bunch of like minor mine, like literally kids mining your lithium in slave labor conditions. You really think you're doing better for the environment? You know what I'm saying? What do we got here? The smaller yards sell to bigger yards because they can't get the contracts with the brokers because not enough volume, which hurts the scrapper because the price is normally low. Yeah, um, a lot of places like you need 100,000 pounds. Like I was looking into selling my silica steel. So if you don't know, all transformers, electric motors, and the big transformers, they have the steel is actually a special, like a more magnetic steel. It's called silica steel, and it's supposed to be worth more money than most steel. Any ferrous iron, but nobody will buy it unless you got 20 tons. You know what I'm saying? Is it 20 tons or 20,000 pounds? I think it's 20 tons. So you need like 40,000 pounds of it to get that deal. So yeah, that's and not all scrap yards can do that. You know what I'm saying? And even if you do have a scrap yard, and you're not getting those big deals, you're still like, you might be a lot closer. The price that they might pay, even if it's 10 cents less, um, the amount of time and fuel involved in getting to that scrap yard that is paying more might not be worth it. You got to think about your time. Like I said, if I didn't have a bunch of customers in Miami, I would really consider selling my copper locally. But since I have customers down there, it's worth it for me to drive down. I'm going to be down there one way or the other. So I might as well get the better price, offer my customers a better price, be able to pay more than the local yards, or at least match their price. But if you can match the scrap yards price with my customers, is because usually I go to the scrap yards first, like in the morning, or within a day or two. I'll show them my ticket. I'll break out my ticket and be like, "This is what I'm getting paid." I'll show them the price. You know what I'm saying? And so they know you're what I'm saying, you're not ripping them off, or you got to make they know you got to make profit. It wouldn't make sense if you were getting 350 a pound for copper, and they expect you to pay 350 a pound. You know what I'm saying? They know you got to make money, and if you're cool with the people, and like my customers, I might have one, maybe two customers that know what the other local yards, like they'll when I get there, first of all, they'll say, "Hey, I got 2,000 pounds of copper. What are you paying?" Because they're gonna take my price, and they're gonna see what other people are paying, and they're gonna say, "Oh, even if I'm with, usually I'm I'm beating them by 5 cents a pound or something like that." You know what I'm saying? Um, there, or even if I'm dead even with them, or maybe I think one time I was 5 cents lower, but I always leave myself room. If they call me out on it, I'll be like, "Okay, man, I'll pay you whatever. I'll match the price." I always tell them, I'll match the price, and they get free pickup, because they don't want to sit there. An electrician doesn't want to sit in the line at the scrap yard and so and waste an hour or two of their time or whatever, because it's not just the hour at the scrap yard. They got to load the stuff, so when I come in there and I'm like loading it for them, or and I streamlined how I load the stuff and stuff like that, um that they'd rather have someone just pick it up, just come get it from my office. Or you wouldn't believe how many times I go to job sites where they're pulling the wire and pick it up. You know what I'm saying? If it's available at that point. Um, what do we got here? No, not trash, but going into the business. Oh, yeah, I stripped it all with my company's riding lawnmower. What? 4.15 a pound. Dang, dude. Yeah, I think the highest I got was, I think the highest I ever, 419. I think it was 419. Those were good old days, man. That was back when I was working from the house, and my bills were under $2,000 a month. uh, Jay and I are looking for a diesel mobile home. Yeah, there you go. Get a diesel one. That way you can burn some free fuel in it. I'm about to set up another processor over here. What is this? Did someone give me $100? Yee birders. Love your stuff. Would you ever consider having a subscriber come and work with you? I'd love to do that. Well, yeah, I mean, I've actually thought about that, like having I mean, obviously I would pay for the labor, but I thought, and here's the deal, like I'm a very private person. Before I was on YouTube, I had no social, I mean, I was off the freaking grid, dude. You know what I'm saying? For like 10 years, nobody knew I was, you know, I liked it. I was off the freaking grid. Anyway, back to this dude. I don't know what that is or where that money. If that's $100 you sent me, dude. Well, first of all, thank you, and that's kind of crazy. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to do some more live streams, I guess. Yeah. So I actually had a couple people show up over here at the shop, and I thought it was kind of weird that someone would go out of their way to look for where I was working just to come meet me or see the original guy that came here. The first guy that came, he actually knocked on my door, and the the way my place is set up over here, I got 5 bays. So if you knock on one door, I'm gonna come out another door. So it's a security reason for one, and two, I can kind of see what's going on. But anyway, he knocked on my door and left a note, and then I came out and I grabbed the note, and he was still out there. So I went over and talked to him, and he was like, "Yeah, man, how did you find me? Like, how do you know where I was?" And he goes, "Well, I seen in your video these buildings." And I guess he worked around here or knew the buildings. So he was just like driving around. And I guess he saw my truck and trailer out there or whatnot, which I wasn't mad or upset. I just thought it was odd that someone would go out of their way and come over here when I never stated that, hey, come on by the shop or something like that. I'd actually like to have like a subscriber appreciation day. I don't know how many people are local around here, but I wouldn't mind something like that. Have people come over and just hang out, show the equipment, maybe let them run some copper or something. I don't know. Barbecue, you know what I'm saying? Fire up the grill and have some steaks. Yeah, man, that'd be pretty cool. I'd like to get a little more dialed in and set up and clean it, because it's like a hurricane went through over here right now. One, I moving stuff into this other bay. So I've been like rearranging a bunch of stuff. And then I built some shelves over there, and I was going to move a bunch of stuff over there to free up some space over here. But as soon as I had that place cleaned, like a bunch of stuff came in, like mainly these AC units, and they've just been over there for about a month now. But I'm over it. They're not. It's harder to sell those type of AC units than you would think, even though they're practically brand new. Yeah, I'm going to keep a couple of them, but we're going to scrap them out. I'm pretty sure we're scrapping them out this week. Let's see. We got new comments. Where are we at here? Well, there's a bunch of comments. I didn't even know these were here. I didn't mean curbside scrap. I meant out and out theft from businesses. Yeah, that's actually a big problem. Matter of fact, the dude that owns General Metals, last time I was down there, he was just telling me he just got out of court because some dude was going around and he somehow stole a bunch of copper. Like, I mean, it was a big deal. And yeah, swiping ACs all. Yeah, that was actually a big problem when I first got into scrapping. My first year, like when I first started scrapping, there was no, we pay you up to $1,000 and then anything after that's a check, and you can't sell AC stuff or like the brass water valves and all that stuff with backflow valves. That was a big thing. People were stealing them left and right. There was none of that, man. You go to the scrap yard, and if your ticket was $5,000, they was paying you $5,000 in $100 bills, man. It was good times. But the thieves messed that up. They literally stole 30 miles of copper from Miami off the highway. They were hooking their vehicles at the bottom of the pole. There's junctions, you know, and it must have been someone that knew how it was all ran and whatever. But they literally, there was 30 miles of dead highway. You know, they were stealing stuff. Makes the contractor not want to sell stuff anymore. Yeah, man. The people, it sucks, man. People, you know, bad people will mess it up for all the good people, man. Free pickups with a scale they can see and cash in hand with a better price is key. Yeah, exactly, man. And when I first started out, all I was doing was anything else, strictly Transformers, and I was paying way more than scrap yards. Like, I think the scrap yards were paying 25 cents a pound. I would come in at 35 and 40. And at the time, I could even pay 55 and 60 cents a pound if I had to. And just what the floor with the competition, you know? In the beginning, here's the deal, man. In the beginning, I had about 110 electrical contractors that did service work that sent out bucket trucks all day long. I would go around and I would go county by county. One day I'd be in Miami and I'd do as many people. I might be down there for 2 days. Just go back and if I couldn't get to you today, if it didn't work out, I'd be back tomorrow or the next day. So I'd spend a couple days in one county. In Miami, Broward, West Palm. I would do the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Fort Myers. I'd go up to Fort Pierce, Jacksonville. I'd basically, you know, spend a couple days in certain areas, and that's where I learned about calling around and getting the local prices. You know, because South Florida actually pays a pretty decent price. You know, we got the Miami port, we got Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. There's 3 ports here. You know, so the scrap is flying out of here. You know, and it's very there's a lot of competition, man. in the beginning there was very few scrap yards, and then all of a sudden when that copper price started going up, when I first got in the scrapping, I think I was getting $1.70 for number 2 copper. And then within a year, I was getting like 360. So I was like, this is this is my calling, man. What have I been doing my whole life? I need to be scrapping copper. All right, where are we at? I got 452 back in 09. 09, yeah. 9, that was like mine, because 08 was that housing market crash. So I was just getting into it back then. That's a high price. That's crazy. I wish I got the video of me stripping it with the mower. Yeah, dude. And how that whole situation worked out. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you. Yee Brothers, or I'm sorry if I ruined your name, man. I really appreciate that, man. That's awesome. You don't have to do that, man. What's it? I'm not looking for a tour. I'm from Iowa and need a vacation. I can't have a vacation without work. I want to help you out with scrap and stuff. I have plenty of experience to hop right away. Okay, man. I mean, South Florida is a vacation destination. I do live where most people vacation. So if you want a vacation, come on down, dude. Uh, there's plenty of work over here. I mean, I and so like in the past couple years, I don't think I've done any type of sales. Going back to whoever was asking me about how I advertise, I don't think I've advertised at all in 12 years. I did like 6 months in the beginning of hardcore cold calling, and every single bucket truck I seen out in the field, if I could stop and talk to them, if they were at a gas station or on the job or in the bucket, I'd go, hey man, I'd wait until they came down and I would talk to them and give them my card. Or if I was on the highway, give them my rundown. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. I want to make sure that I get to all these comments. I really appreciate that guy that gave me. He gave me another $100. That's crazy. It ended up being 1,245. That was last year in May. But status. I'd come from Tampa. Thomas. I was just up that way. Matter of fact, those, what are they called? Big ass lights or bright ass lights? Those lights I put in the other shop over here, the ones I got and was testing. Those came from around Tampa. Every ounce counts. I'm in West Palm Beach. All right. Yeah, man. You know what? Once I get this place kind of dialed in as a studio, there's like I said, I want to build the shelves, and I want to get 2 more boom mics, and definitely kind of like clean up the mess that's out there. Maybe what I'll do is work on that, and maybe in a month or so, about a month, I'd probably be more comfortable with having people come over here, because like I was trying to allude to, I am a very private person, especially because of what I do. Like in the beginning when I was cracking transformers, maybe the 8 years, only 3 or 4 people ever seen my machine and my process and what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And Um, I wasn't on any social media. I wasn't about that, man. I was, I was kind of stingy, man. Like I didn't want it was a trade secret, you know what I'm saying? Nobody knew anything about these transformers. And all the electricians that I talked to when I was cold calling them, once I finally got past the gatekeeper and to the service manager, they pretty much all said the same thing. Wow, man, you're really going to pay me for that? I've been throwing them away for 20 years. Throwing them in the garbage for 20 years. I think about that all the time. I'm like, man, like I think I wasted the first 12 or whenever I came to Florida, like, before that, 10, 12 years, probably 10, yeah, about 12 years, I guess, before I started scrapping. I could have been cleaning up with the transformers, man. And how I get so many transformers, it's because one, I live in the lightning capital of the country. We get thunderstorms and lightning strikes and tropical storms down here left and right. One lightning strike might blow out 10 transformers in a parking lot, or just the storm itself. You know what I'm saying? So it was big business. And when I first started, once I got to where what I was doing, it was like shooting fish in a barrel, getting customers. Like I said, I had about 110 big time contractors in the state of Florida. And now I'm like, I got 10% of that now. I basically dialed back down to what I could comfortably do by myself, because I got really, I almost expanded faster than I got bigger than I was able to handle. And it got to the point where I wasn't able to pick up all the material. And some people got pissed and stopped calling me. And, then it came down to my team, the help I had. Flaky fucking people, excuse me, flaky people. And just not everybody has my worth ethic or can work, um, on my level. I guess I would have to say, because not everybody's going to look at the job like I do, or just have. To me, some things just are natural, and just come so easy, and I could just see the process, or whatever. You know, and so it to me, it's hard to find good help. Like the best help I've had um so far has been Steve. And unfortunately, Steve is like, he's all like 20 years older than me. And that dude works. He'll outwork 90% of, probably more than 90% of the youth. You know what I'm saying? That dude works. You know what I'm saying? He keeps up with me and then some. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll work all day. We'll work all day. I'll come in here in the office to do stuff on the computer for YouTube, and he'll just stay out there and keep on cranking. You know what I'm saying? And I'm getting to the point, especially with the amount of rent that I'm paying now. It's not something I could do part time anymore. I have to step up the game, which is going to be really bad for other scrappers around here when I start doing sales calls again and actually start pushing, uh, you know, to get more customers, because I'm going to come correct, and it's going to be hard to compete. Um, even the scrap yard's going to have to watch out. All right, what do we got here? I definitely want to get to all these questions. They make all the scrappers look like thieves. Yeah, man, it's sad, dude. Oh, and that's another thing. Oh, why I like being private, because of the amount of copper I get, especially over here. Now, my neighbors, they're all cool as shit. These guys are awesome people. I like every single one of them. We all respect each other. We help each other out. If I need something, I don't hesitate to ask. And if they need something, they don't hesitate to ask. You know what I'm saying? And it's a very good relationship. But it's not them I worry about. It's the random people that they have coming in for service work. I don't know them. And when if I open my door and I'm loading 1,000 pounds of copper, people look. You know what I'm saying? And they want to come over and talk. And then you got eyeballs looking in your shop and stuff like that. So you really got to be careful of who you let in your circle and who you let know and what you're doing. Because there's a lot of haters and shady people. And that's one thing Brian, the original guy that used to work with me, he used to always tell me, man, because I'd go to the scrapyard and I'd be in line and there'd be 20 people in line behind me or whatnot. And, they seen what I rolled up in there with. You know what I'm saying? And then you start seeing the same faces. I mean, when I rolled up, all those dudes knew, you know, that, what I got. They see me unloading it, barrels of copper, big, I didn't really do donuts back then, but I'd have trailer load of scrap beyond what most the average scrapper was doing. You know what I'm saying? And you never know, man. Someone could try to follow you or whatever. So so I stay very well protected. There's not a time when there's not something. What do you call that? PPE, the personal protective equipment, is always around. So it's not going to be a good situation for someone trying to do anything dirty around here. Oh my, what's that? Empire Fields just started going to miss this live. Oh, you're going to work? Hi, I'm at work, going to miss most of this. Awesome. It's 12. Dang, it's 12:42. How long we been at? Well, this is by far the longest live stream. We're at 3 hours and 51 minutes. I didn't think I had that much to talk about. Let me just read a couple more of these comments right here. Oh, this guy's from England. Hey, what time is it in? Well, okay. Anyway, Empire Finds, thanks, and I appreciate it. With the price up these days and more people scrapping, it's definitely hard to find good connects to buy from. Yeah, man, because just think about this, man. How many people lost their jobs over the past 3 years? Or what? It's like finding money on the side of the road. And then even my customers, my longtime customers that I still have to this day, that I've had for 10 years, 12 years, they tell me all the time, man. They had a guy come in there begging them, harassing them to buy their copper. Like the one customer I have, he calls around and gets a price. He had called around, he got a price from me, and then he called around, and this guy, because he had mentioned how much copper he had, it was almost I don't know, maybe it was a ton or something like that, 2,000 pounds. And the guy kept calling him back and was like, and what the guy, this was really weird. The guy come pick up the copper, bring it back to his shop and weigh it, and then send him a check or something like that. I'm like, who does business like that? What's this guy? Let's see. I want to start a scrap podcast. Would you be my first guest? Yeah, man. That's one thing that I'm trying to work out with the. I'm actually running StreamYard. It's my first time doing it this way, so it's a work in progress. But with the StreamYard, it allows you to have multiple people on there, I guess, and that's exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be down to do that, man. Yeah. let me know. You got my email, man. Let me know. I'm gonna start. Sometimes I don't check my email for a couple days or even a week or so, or but I'll start checking it every day, and just get in contact with me. And I'll be totally down for that. And any of the other scrap channels out there, if I know you guys, there's a lot of scrappers that go live all the time. I see them on there. I don't, I didn't have the ability really to get on there. I got on one time with Romatic. I don't know why he stopped doing YouTube. He does Facebook now, I guess. But I got live on there one time on his channel, and when I have a better internet connection, I'm going to work hard on that this week. This complex, they actually offer internet, so I'm going to look into that versus maybe just getting AT&T to come here. But unfortunately, Comcast can't. I'm not kidding. You got an email that I can contact you with? You're just looking to help out. Yeah. There's an email on my I think it's projectshopfl@gmail.com. You can email me there. Where did I live before Florida? I'm originally from South Jersey. I was born in Atlantic City. I grew up in a small town in Mullica Township called. I'm from like the sticks. I grew up out in the country. I played in the dirt. Which I kind of miss living out in that in the rural areas. But in this game, in the scrap game, I wouldn't be doing I wouldn't be on this level of scrap. The population just isn't there. The amount of new buildings being built, old buildings being refurbished, just normal wear and tear. You don't realize, like, a lot of times the wire that I get might be from a factory or a building that had an electrical burned up and it cooked the whole line, so they got to pull all new wires or something like that. There's a lot of that happens. You know what I'm saying? So if you live in a rural area, and I think I said this on the last live stream, and you want to get into the scrap and be on a certain level, I would actually look for the closest major, like, cities or towns, and call all the electricians. Look up online. Like I said before, the Blue Book of Contractors is an excellent source of big contractors. If you want to go after some whales, but if you're going to go that route, man, you better come correct. You better be able to service them, because if you can't service the customer, you're not going to have a customer. You know what I'm saying? Even me, I'm just a little guy, man. I got a pickup truck and a trailer. You know what I'm saying? I just, I make it work. You know what I'm saying? But there's certain things that are beyond my capabilities at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've missed out on jobs where they were demoing buildings and they needed 10. They wanted 10 roll-off containers on site. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that capacity, but like I said, if you're in a rural area, definitely look in your own area, but don't be afraid to venture outside, and find a highly dense populated area. They're going to have more businesses. They're going to have more turnover of scrap, and go that route. All right, let's see what else we got here. 90% of the people don't have your work ethic, Derek. You're a beast. Thanks, C Scrap, and I appreciate that, man. I try. I'll outwork Steve, and I'm 15 years younger than you, and I'll get that shit done. All right. I wish I was 15 years younger. I even have people eyeballing my eBay inventory. That's crazy. Wait, you got an eBay store, Thomas? If I had to stand over an employee, then I may as well do the work myself. That's absolutely right. If you have um if you have someone working for you that you have questions about, it's better just to get rid of it. Get rid of the question. If you don't feel comfortable, it's not even worth having that type of energy around you. I'm very particular about who I let into my circle and see my operation, and just have around me in general, man. If I don't like your energy, you're not going to be around me, dude. The way you talk, like the way you talk to people or me, or the way you come off, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to be very polite. I'm polite and respectful to everybody, but you're only going to go so far in my circle. You know what I'm saying? And especially one thing I learned about South Florida, there's a lot of sharks South Florida, that don't it's yeah, they wouldn't think twice about stealing from you, ripping you off, lying to your face. It's you know there needs a bunch of bandwidth. I don't know if you're referring to the lag or whatever, but I am on Wi-Fi that's passing through 2 bays. So the fact that I get internet at all is a miracle. I actually like the live streams, talking to everybody. To improve your internet, try to get a hardwired connection to computer instead of Wi-Fi. Yeah, the problem is my shop doesn't have internet at all. When I first moved in here, I was going to get internet, but the neighbor gave me his Wi-Fi. He goes, "Hi, man, just use my Wi-Fi," and it for what I was doing. I this is what, maybe my fourth live stream ever, third or fourth. I really didn't I didn't need it, and it was an expense. I try to keep my expenses as a minimum. I have to make somewhere around $6,000 a month before I get into like profit, which is really crazy. And it wasn't like that only up until the last 3 or 4 months now. It's not as fun as it used to be. It's more like a job now. And I was see, me, I personally don't believe that we should be working 40 hours a week. Think about that. You work, and most people work just to get by. They work two jobs just to get by. You know what I'm saying? You work the majority of your life. During the day, you're not enjoying that house you pay for. You're working for someone. You're out doing something else 40, 50 hours a week. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we should be doing that, man. We should be working 2 days a week, and we should be enjoying our life, exploring Earth. You know what I'm saying? Having adventures, learning skills, not just going to a job, a dead end job where you're doing the same thing every day for nothing, really. At the end of the day, I personally believe we're spiritual beings. We have a soul. Obviously, we people say, there's old souls and new souls and corrupt souls, and I believe chose to come here and have this experience. But I think we're here for an experience. And I don't think that experience is working 40 hours a week um, for nothing, really. So now that I'm almost forced to do that because of the astronomical rent I have to pay for something that I'll never own, which is another situation that I don't like. I've always rented, and thinking back on how much money I spent paying mortgage, and it's not just me. Everybody in this complex, they're all rented. No one owns any of these bays, and that's everywhere, and it's getting worse. There's hardly there's the independent situation is rapidly decreasing. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. One or 2 months on that Joey Dobbs on that thing. Yeah, that's great, dude. I'm gonna be doing a couple more live streams on here, and I'm hoping I might just start the other channel. I don't even need that other equipment. Obviously, I got everything I need here to start a podcast. The type of podcast that I want to do, I want to have a discussion. I want to bring in guests. I want different points of views, and we're just gonna. It's. I want it to be fun, engaging. You know, I want someone to come away from it, yeah, either thought provoking, thinking about the situation or what was discussed, or learning something. You know what I'm saying? I think about the internet all the time, and what people are really on the internet doing. And it's like with the TikTok, with the short, the attention span is just, I get it all the time. The maintenance guy here, he does graphic design or whatever. He was telling me when he goes on YouTube, he looks at the timestamp, how long that video is. He's looking for 10-minute or less videos. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody wants to sit through an hour-long video. And sometimes I don't even want to put out an hour-long video. But I'm trying to show you like a whole day's worth of work. Usually my videos are like a whole day, basically. Sometimes I do little things here and there. And I'm going to start doing more of that. There's going to be more shorter videos, because I want to crank out three a week. That's my goal, to give you guys three good videos a week. But if you think about what people are doing on the internet, it's like most people they're looking for entertain me, make me laugh, clown. I'm saying stuff like that. All these people that I look at all these so-called influencers, they're clowns. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff that people are watching is just mindless stuff. You're not going to come away from it learning anything. It might be entertaining and whatnot. And that's what it is. Everybody just wants to be entertained. What's the funniest thing and the most outrageous shock value? That's it. Shock value. Shock value. I want to show you. It's going to be shocking to somebody. They're probably not going to be ready for it, but it's it's going to be fun. Storage units. Oh, so Thomas, you got storage units where yeah, man, dude, when I had, if you look at some of my earlier videos, you see, I used to rent a 10x30 storage. So I had my 4-wheeler and welders, and I had a bunch of stuff in there. I used to hate going there when there was a lot of people there, because I had my 421 Banshee in there. And I'm down here in Florida, man. People love stealing those Banshees, dude. So I used to hate just opening the door, because if I needed to get something in the back, I actually had to pull it out. And every single time I pulled that 4-wheeler out of that storage unit, someone would stop and ask if I wanted to sell it. or someone would want to talk about it, or even if they didn't even come up, I could see them looking at it. You know what I'm saying? And just looking in my bay. So I know exactly what you think. I call it, you say eyeballing your shit. I call it inventorying my stuff. I've had people inventory my stuff for years, you know? So yeah. Yeah, the sharks are everywhere. I learned that lesson about employees the hard way. Dang, that sucks. See you scrapping. Um, yeah, it's hard, man. Let's see. I took a tour of the Oldsmobile plant in Lansing, Michigan, many years ago. The workers looked like zombies. I knew I never wanted to work on an assembly line in my life. Yeah, dude, if you're sitting there doing the same thing over and over and over, man, I couldn't do that. Like, I couldn't sit in front of a machine and just do the same thing mindlessly over and over and over. And I'm even bored with recycling copper at this point. Not I, I wouldn't say bored, but I want something more stimulating. That's why I want to get into actually producing copper products with the copper that I'm recovering. You know what I'm saying? Because that's stimulating my mind. What can I make with this stuff? How am I going to make the products that I want to make, and make the best product that I can make? And the way I want to do it, I don't want to just be some cookie cutter. I'm going to crank out a bunch of these products. There's going to be, like, on certain things, some of them are going to be the same, but I want stuff that's going to involve the consumer. Like, when you buy it, you get to put your spin on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want, on certain things that I want to do, especially on the original reason I started YouTube, the product that I want to make, no two are going to be alike. And every one of them is going to be a functional piece of art, basically. You know? Yeah. So, even when I was cutting concrete, man, like towards the end, there were certain things that I just told my boss, I don't want to do that no more, man. Like running the hand saws or core drills, or they had these badass I used to run a hydraulic chainsaw that would cut. We had 15-inch bars on this chainsaw, man. It would cut right there. You can plunge it in the solid concrete, and it would cut right through the rebar. They were pretty badass. And get this, the bars were hollow and had water coming through to cool and lubricate the chain, so it didn't stretch and overheat or whatnot, and to blow the slurry out of the cut. If you look in the outro of my videos, you'll see there was one video, any of the videos where you see the fire at the end, panning across the screen with a chainsaw blowing fire. Okay, now remember that, because you're going to see something one day on this channel that's going to be out of this world crazy. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But stuff like that, man, that's the stuff I want to get into, man. I want to make stuff, build stuff, different things. I don't want it to be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think we should be doing the same thing over and over and over, man. How can you spend, like, if you get a job at like a plant, like that guy said, they look like zombies. You're going there every day. And then, like, they are like zombies because they have to be, they're expected to be productive, and just think about all them stories that you heard about the Amazon, or is it that Jeff Bezos, man, the Amazon fulfillment centers. There were people that were like, I think it was in the UK, man. There was a video about how the people were living in tents on the backside of the property because they were worked like slaves, and they had to do so much, and they couldn't take certain amount of breaks, and go into the bathroom. You have a structured time, which is crazy, man. Let me tell you something. When I worked cutting concrete, my last real job, I took an hour lunch. I didn't care what anybody said, man. You know, that's hard work. You can't sit there and work for 4 or 5 hours straight and then in 30 minutes of time, stop, relax, eat something, digest, and then get right back into work. Man, I don't think our body's meant to do that, man. You know what I'm saying? If I ate too much, then I'm like lethargic and sleepy. So I like a bunch of small meals throughout the day, but even my lunch, you know what I'm saying? I would take an hour lunch because I needed like 10, 15 minutes to cool down, clean up, relax, and then I could eat for 10 or 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then I wanted to relax and digest my food. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get out there and work and kill myself and feel all bloated and work like crap. And I'll tell you what, all the contractors that would call and complain to my boss, you know, like, hey, man, your guy left, because I would leave sometimes or I'd stay on site. What I would do is I, I would put a sun blocker in the window, you know, so you couldn't see in my truck. And I had dark tint, and then I would put shirts in my doors, and I'd roll the windows up and lock the doors. I don't care if the contractor was out there banging on the door. I didn't get out until I was ready. You know what I'm saying? Or I'd tell them, yo, dude, I'm not done my lunch yet. You know what I'm saying? Leave me alone. But they'd call my boss, and then my boss would say to him, well, you know, how's the job going? Oh man, yeah, I mean, this guy's great, dude. He got all this done and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, then what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? I always made sure I went in there and I killed it right out the gate. You know what I'm saying? And they really couldn't say nothing. You know, it's very rare that someone complained, but you know, I take an hour lunch. I don't care. Even to this day, man. I when I take a break, I might go on break and come back to work. You know what I'm saying? And you know, people see what else we got in here. I think that most of your viewers are not scrappers. We all enjoyed the mad projects and your carefree nature. You got to be you got to get someone to help you put out more content. Your videos are great. Yeah, thank you, Mark B. Yeah, definitely. This editor works out and I can spend more time on the projects, man. Well, I got some mad scientist stuff in the works if I could get to it. I got some stuff that you guys are really gonna like. I'm pretty sure. Loved watching this, but I'm gonna have to watch the rest tomorrow. That's my mom. All right, mom. Thanks for stopping by. What time is it? 1 o'clock in the morning? Holy crap. All right, we're 4 hours and 17 minutes into this. I think I'm gonna call it here. I want to thank every single one of you that stopped by, and for those of you who are watching this or watch this at another date, I want to thank you all the subscribers, everybody that leaves a comment. I appreciate them. All the comments that I haven't responded to yet, I've read them all. You know, I see them. I blast through them real quick. I just it's getting to the point where the comments are almost a full-time job, because it's not just the recent videos, man. Some of my best videos are videos I dropped a year ago. You know, some of the videos that do the best views per month are older videos, man. You know, like the video that just hit 1 million views. I got a couple at 900,000, 800,000, 700,000. I get a slew of comments on those videos, you know, and it's not so bad, except for when I'm answering the same question over and over and over. I must have answered, where do I get so much copper or so much scrap, thousands of times I've had to respond to that question. And I don't mind because I do appreciate. I think I think if you leave a comment, um, I I, I should respond to it. And usually, what I do is like when I have somewhat of free chance, I'll just sit there and just blow through as many comments until I literally pass out with the laptop in my lap on a chair, or I'll be in bed, man. I literally go to sleep with my laptop trying to keep up with the YouTube channel. Uh, um, which probably isn't too healthy for me, man. And hopefully here Friday, so they're going to come over, check out the operation. We're going to kind of work out the setup and how they're going to remotely do it. Because with Premiere Pro, you can have someone remotely access it, and they can do your stuff for you. So that's going to leave me time to catch up on the comments for one, because I do like engaging with you guys. It's you guys are like you're like my family now. You know what I'm saying? People that've been around. I think I've said it in every live stream. Like the first couple, like maybe the first. I want to know who the first 100 people, or 200 people. Like, do they even still watch the channel? Or are they around? You know what I'm saying? If you can, in the comments, if you can remember, like when you subscribed, like where was I in this venture? I think that's fascinating. So let me knock out the rest of these questions. Have you ever thought about getting into precious metals? Yeah, matter of fact, if you've seen at the end of my, and if you guys, um, if you haven't watched or you don't watch all the way to the end, at every single video there's bonus footage at the end. Now, not all of that footage is a full video that's upcoming. Some of it is going to be it's clips from upcoming videos, but some of it is jobs that I didn't video, and it's just like I thought it was cool. I just want to bring you guys in on something. So if you're not staying to the end, you're gonna miss stuff that you'll never see on another video. So watch that. And there's gonna be all kinds of stuff coming up here soon, and just the overall content and the package. I'm trying to get it to the next level. I really want to put out better videos, better structured, because sometimes like I try to have a beginning, middle, and end, but sometimes it's hard, man. you know and these boards behind me, there's a lot of stuff on there that once I get a couple things dialed in, you're going to be seeing some really cool stuff. I definitely have the content is there. I definitely have a bunch of stuff that I want to show you guys, and just which I didn't get it. I haven't been getting into a lot of it. It's one of the reasons, not the main reason, but another reason why I think I mentioned this earlier, that the name of the channel is Project Shop, is because I wanted to bring you guys on my journey to having the ultimate shop, and there's a lot of stuff that I don't show on camera now that I'm hoping for all that. And let's see what else we got here. I think I see you scrapping. I was at 3,000 when you joined. Appreciate it. I've never left a comment that you didn't respond to. Always impressed me. Thanks, man. And I'm gonna all the comments that are left right now that I haven't responded to. I don't think I responded to most of them in the past like month. But I'm gonna sit down and blow them out, man. Uh, and sorry for the late response, but I need a break too sometimes, like mentally. Uh, the YouTube is not really like a physical thing, but it's mentally taxing on you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of work. Um, I hope you make enough money on YouTube eventually to buy your own shop and get some more help. Yeah, that's my goal. So the YouTube, it's like a direct correlation of how many videos I drop a week. When if I knew it was going to be better to drop 2 and 3 videos a week, I would have probably been doing that right from the beginning. Um, but I started out dropping a video a week. I tried to maintain that. Um, and I'm actually slacking on that now. I think it's been 9, 10 days, maybe 12 days. Uh, Tomorrow I'll finish the Daytona video, and then I got like my laptop has a terabyte of storage and 1.2 terabytes, 2 points in there. But I actually had to delete footage that I had on my computer that I was going to get to, and I just I had to make the decision of what in my opinion is going to be better content, save and get rid of, because all of my SD cards are full, my computer's full. I do need to get an external hard drive, um, but I shouldn't even have that much footage. It should be shot, edited, and put out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm working hard on that right now. And yeah, the YouTube money, it's good when I mean, sometimes it pays a lot of my bills. Like 100% of the money I get from YouTube goes right into basically paying for this shop and any equipment that I need to bring you guys along this journey. And if the YouTube starts paying for the whole shop, and then some, then I can really start getting into expanding point where I'm making products, because I'm not rich. Like I said, I was like basically semi-retired, even before COVID, but even after COVID, I was quite happy with my income and the work I had to do per week, which was minimal compared to what most people work. But now it's not just me and my situation, but the cost of living has just skyrocketed to the point where that's not an option anymore. So we are going to be stepping it up over here a little bit, and not only with the YouTube, but what the work I'm doing here. So I hope you all get to witness that and my journey of having the ultimate shop, and hopefully, we're at 31,300 subscribers right now. This last month was very slow for the growth of the channel, which is a direct, basically because of the amount of content I put out. It's been slow. So when I get to, if I can steadily put out the 3 videos a week that I want to do, it's going to definitely bring that YouTube revenue up. And like I said about the sponsors, I know it's like frowned upon, but I don't care. I'll show you like my analytics and stuff in the back, and the emails that I get. And what's funny about the emails that I get for promoting products, it's like you'll get this email that says, "Oh, we really enjoy your channel, and we'd like you to promote this product." It's like, have you seen anything close to that product on my channel, why would I even show that to my audience? It has nothing to do with anything I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? And they want to like pay me and whatever. Um, um, you know, but if someone wants me to promote something that I would think would be beneficial to you guys and girls, I know there's some. I would absolutely promote something that I believe in, and I think that you guys should have in your life, or would make your job easier. That's why I like showing you guys the tools that I use that made my scrapping experience easier. You know what I'm saying? Like in the beginning, I wouldn't show nobody nothing. But now I'll show everything. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's not about like the money for me. It's more of um, you know, just helping people. You know what I'm saying? Like karma. You help someone, it's gonna, you do something, even if you do something as simple as helping someone move something or pick something up, and it doesn't always have to involve money, man. Just do something out of the kindness of your heart for someone, and karma's gonna look out for you. You're gonna get it back tenfold. You know, like that dude Brian that used to work for me. He would go around. He knew, like down here. I don't know if you have a Winn Dixie where you guys are, but he knew when Winn Dixie was throwing out their stuff that was out of date. Now it could be like that day it went out of date, or the next day. This stuff is still good. If he would go back there, pull it out of the dumpster, it'd be like big packs of steaks, meat, still wrapped up, still frozen. You know what I'm saying? And he would go give it to the homeless people. Or even in his journeys of dumpster diving, he was always giving me stuff. Hey, man, check this out. Like I had to tell him, nah, dude, slow down, stop. I don't want everything you find that you think is something I need. You know what I'm saying? But he would find tools or toys. You know what I'm saying? And he would give it to uh, the kids in the neighborhood he lived in, or he'd give it to the parents or something like that. He was always giving stuff away, even though the dude barely had a nickel to his name. He would give stuff away. You know what I'm saying? Because he only needed cash wise. He would always tell me, he goes, "Man, I could live off $10 a day." He needed a pack of cigarettes, maybe a meal, but most of his meals he would find from wherever, or he would find food or get food, or eat cheap. And then, it just, it, he wasn't, he really didn't care about money. Um, to the point where when he did get money, he would go buy a bunch of crack and smoke it up. And which is why I tried to help him many times on many different levels. But if someone doesn't want to better themselves, don't drag yourself down trying to better them. You know what I'm saying? Do what you can, and then at some point you got to just call it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened, which is unfortunate because he would have been a great person over here. But that goes back to what I was saying: not having on your team unreliable, bringing bad energy, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? There was good and bad with him, but just like anybody, there's, could have, even a thief, there could be some good aspect, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, the negative energy and me don't mix. So on that note, I'm going to call it. I don't believe we went 4.5 hours, but we did. I want to thank the guy that donated the $100, or maybe it was 200. I think he did it twice, which is crazy. I appreciate that. If you do, come on, go, man. Oh, we got more comments coming in. Congrats, respect. I'm a fellow salvager. Love being on the Eco Warrior and saving the planet. All right. Yeah, man. You know, scrappers do more for the earth than most of these people that are crying about the planet or the earth, you know. The cops here in the area where I live, Southern VW, West Virginia, I guess, are finally letting and beside of business dumpsters. And they used to write tickets for that. Really? For dumpster diving? Yeah, I think that's the let's see what this other comment is real quick, and then I'll comment on it. Yeah, Russian. Okay. When in the world is the scrap price ever going to go back up like it was at the beginning of 2023? I don't know. As long as copper stays above $3 a pound, you know, I'm all right. But you know, for me, it really doesn't matter what the price is, because even just like the scrapyard, you're just going to adjust accordingly. You know what I'm saying? If it went down to $1 a pound, now for the guy that's not buying it and you're getting scrap for free, yeah, I can see where that sucks. You know, because you're working a lot for less. You know, but people like me and the scrap yards and people that pay for scrap, you know, your profit margin's still going to be in the same area. You know, you're still going to get the same percentage. You know, because when the price of copper goes up, you got to pony up more money for the copper. You know, and the percentage that you're going to make is still going to be about the same. They would absolutely write tickets for people taking anything out of the dumpster, and would even cite some folks for trespassing on top of that, even if it was after hours. Hey, Derek, congrats. I enjoy your channel. Thanks, Judy. Judy Beckner. I watch her channel. If you guys go check her channel out, she does like Bible readings and stuff, which is pretty cool. More people need the Bible and Jesus in their life nowadays. It's something that if you look at what's going on in the entertainment industry, the satanics, and the masses are just loving it, man. Especially the youth, man. They are gone, you know. But that is going to be for a different show on a different podcast. We'll get into that stuff in my other podcast, which I'm going to be starting here. I might even start it this week. I was going to wait until I got like all the mic setups and everything I want, but like I said, I got enough here to where I can get on the mic and you know, talk and have a discussion. You know, I like reading the comments. Sorry if I can't keep up with them while I'm rambling on, but I would like to have someone either in studio or on, like, you know, StreamYard. You can have a couple people on there and have a discussion. I definitely want to get into that. So on that note, I want to thank every single one of you for sticking around and watching the live stream. And I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate all the comments, all the subscribers, all the people that aren't subscribed. YouTube is funny because it seems like all the channels have the same, like, they're always saying 80% of the people aren't subscribed that watch the channel, which is crazy because it doesn't cost anything to subscribe. It's free. You know, if you like someone's content or you like the channel or even just that episode, give them a sub, give a thumbs up, man. You don't have to leave a comment. I mean, you're anonymous. If it, you know, even if you're just watching, a thumbs up is anonymous, subscribing is anonymous. You know, you don't have to leave a comment, but if you do, you know, leave a comment, man. I like to see them. I do. I really do appreciate it. I like engaging. So what's this? What day would you do a podcast? That's a good question. Um, I don't know. I might do the podcast a couple times a week. Um, I'd like to do like an hour show or maybe a 2 hour show, maybe. I don't know. What do podcasts usually do? But it's not going to be, it's going to be on YouTube, you know. I'm very sporadic. Even with this live stream, I tried to give a warning. It's funny. The first comment on here, and I honestly didn't know that StreamYard was going to like send out a notification. I just was like, you know, I had an hour and a half. I wanted to give myself. I was trying to dial in and figure it all out. So I was like, oh, let me just set it up for 9 o'clock. I had no idea it was going to just put it out there that I was going live at 9. So the guy commented, it was like, what do you say? Premieres or scams. So he unsubscribed to me because I tried to notify people I was going live. The internet is losing their mind. Okay. On that note, thanks again, and we'll be doing this again shortly.